Hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is your Wednesday going? Hey Guppy, hey Kaz sneaking in to say hi. Hey Doran! Doran, thank you for the resub, a level 3 resub. 25 months, that's so much. Thank you so much, Doran. How are you doing today everybody? Also you got first, Doran, that's nice. Hey Flame, how are you doing? Hey J-Moy! Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, so many cute people right at the start of the stream. Oh no, Guppy's grilling already. We do not need to grill in the middle of summer. The sun is grilling us enough. Thanks for the resub too, Kaz. 20 months. 20 months, that's a lot. It can't be, yeah, right?
20 months, it can't be.
I feel the same. It's baffling me just how many months you guys have been here, or many months I have been here. It feels like I started streaming maybe 6 months ago maximum. Time flies by, right? It's been more than 2 years already, can you believe that? Wow. Wow. And to be fair, I've upgraded the stream quite a bit since then. So, you know, it's at least 20 more. Yeah, it's how much is it? Yeah, 25 months. I think Doran is one of the first subs on the channel. So, yeah. Doran might be the first, actually. Do you remember, Doran, who was the first? I don't remember. I think it might be Doran who subbed, like, before I even did my first stream as affiliate. I'm pretty sure at least someone did that. You think you were the last first? You think you're the last founder's badge? Possibly. Is there a way I can check that? Let me have a look, a poke around my dashboard. Is there any way I can see that? Let's see. Viewer rewards, maybe, possibly. Where would that be hidden? Oh god, I still need to do emotes. We need to have a talk at some point with you guys. What emotes we're making, and I need to really decide on somebody to do some of them. I think I might ask Elf if she can do slippers emotes. She does really cute stuff. I don't know that would fit well for the rat, because he's not intended to be extremely cute. So I don't know in terms of style that would fit well, but for the slippers, I think I want them cute. So I should have a list somewhere, you think, because people have been kicking out founders. Yeah, I know there is a list somewhere. The problem is finding out where. Visit subscriptions analytics within your revenue analytics. My god. So, subscription. Then on your subscription panel, click view details on what? About your channel's founders. I don't see channel's founders. subscriber badges or bonus subscriber benefits, maybe subscriber badges. I also need to do badges sometime. No. Subscription names, no. That is not it. Community, possibly. No, that's leaderboards. Affiliate. Nope. Not that either. So, subscription analytics within your revenue analytics. Oh, so it's in analytics. Sorry. Revenue analytics? View details about your... Huh? Oh, founder badge holders. Oh my god, that is so well hidden. No, you're not the last, actually, Guppy. Elf is the last founder. But yeah, oh, it might be Fire who got the first sub. Just before Doran, so we have Fire first, Doran second, Cody third, then J-Sock, Nemo, Flamethrower, Spark, Guppy, Kaz, and Elf. Here you go. I found the list of the first subscribers. And so yeah, Fire, Doran, Cody, J-Sog and Nebo have been subscribed on the very first day they could. Oh, Guppy gifting a sub to J-Moy. Thank you so much, Guppy. Enjoy the emotes, J-Moy. You weren't last? No, you weren't. What? Yeah, you enjoy the emotes. You have rats now. Pulse Guppy is in for a huggy. You get the smug rat. Yeah, I think that's still one of my favorites, this one. It turned out so well, he's so smug. You actually love the mouse emote, yeah. I mean, I might be biased. I might be biased, but I love the work the artist did on these. Mouse or rat? Well, technically it's supposed to be a rat, but in practice I think it looks more like a mouse a lot of the time. So somewhere in between probably. It's not quite clear. A rat maybe? Or a rouse? Oh wow. Something like that. Who made them? So it's the same artist as Fire's emote. He's not on Twitch, so unfortunately I don't have a Twitch handle to give you. I asked him several times, but he's a Japanese person who basically I asked Fire who made her emotes because I really like the style, and she put me in contact with them. I don't know how she contacted them. Yeah, it's based on Ratatouille. One of the main inspiration is Ratatouille, Remy's character in Ratatouille, and he's a rat. So theoretically it's more of a rat, but in practice I think he drew something that looks a little bit more like a mouse, And that makes sense because mice look a little bit cuter in a way. So yeah. Isn't Remy a female name? Not in France. I don't know in other countries, but Remy is a male name in France. Do I know any female person goes by the name Remy? I don't think so. I know several men who are called Remy, but no women. Yeah, Fire Switch can even expire. Yes, just like that. But yeah, that's why the artist is not credited on the emotes. It's because they don't have a Twitch account. And so yeah, Fire has this very cute kind of Naruto inspired character for her emotes. And yeah, I really like the style. It was, I think, one of the things I've been told about my emotes, and I think it's true. How did I contact the artist? Through Discord. Fire put me in contact with them through Discord. And like they changed names a few times, so but I think canonically it's NJ. They're called. But yeah, I think the thing is they're students, and so they don't have like a professional kind of, they're not set up professionally, right? Although they do have a lot of backlog, so that's why I'm not able to get more emotes from them. I tried asking several times. I should try again, but I tried asking several times and they were like, you know, I'm not in a position where I can do more emotes for you. I have like several hundred emotes backlog. Because the issue is relatively shortly after my emotes were made, they had a disaster. They were hit by a typhoon and they lost most of their stuff. And so financially and materially they were in a difficult position to be able to work on this kind of stuff. Which is understandable, that's life, but that means on my side I need to find somebody else, and that kinda sucks when you're like, oh, I have these emotes, I just made this character, I'd really like to get more, I love them, and now I need to switch gears and do something else, and yeah. Been having difficulties doing so, basically. So yeah, but I do want, I think that Lavi draws nice emotes. Yes, she does, and Lavi drew the welcome screen. That's Lavi's artwork. So I contacted Lavi for that one. But she has a very recognizable style. And I'd like something probably a bit more unique, less common, you know? I don't know, I kind of wanted, that was the intention at least, was to say, okay, when I see Lavi's emotes, I can say, oh, that's Lavi's emotes, and that's super cute, I love them. I love the artwork she's doing. and I have asked her for some artwork, and I will probably do it again. But when it comes to the mods, I'd like something that's a bit more unique, probably. Within the community, at least. I don't know. It's it's a complicated thing to decide on, but yes, that's absolutely one of the people I would think about, and I have thought about when looking into who to contact. Lavi, Maple, Elf are all doing absolutely amazing artwork, and that's definitely probably people I want to commission at one point or another for some piece of artwork or another. I have a few ideas of stuff I'd eventually like to do. I need to get around to do them. And, well, you know how it is. Who drew the last of his emotes? I haven't looked too much at Mastani's emotes. I need to take a look at his emotes, yes. That's not a bad idea. Anyway, beavers. Should we do beavers? Ooh, yes. Well, that's la vie. It's written right here. That's la vie emote. But yeah, I'd see, I will. I need to probably also ask them. Shift it in an existing character. Yeah, that's basically what I'll have to do, is ask people, hey, are you able to do something that... But that's the thing, if I contact an artist, I don't want to be like, hey, you have to copy this style, because they have their style, and that's something I want if I contact them. To do something. I want... Basically, my idea is I want to give them a lot of creative freedom, because it's their art, and at the end of the day, if I'm contacting an artist to do an art piece for me, I'm asking them for it to be their art and not like a copy of someone else's stuff. So that's really how I'm approaching this, and that's why also I'm never going to contact somebody and ask them, hey, can you copy this, right? That wouldn't work. That's not something I would want to be asked to do if I was in their position, and that's not what I would expect from them. So I need to have something that can work together, but also can have its unique characteristics. Copying bad, yes. Inspiration, yes. Copying bad. Exactly. But fitting a character is not bad. Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what I mean, Doran. That's exactly what I mean. It's like, yeah, that's his character, but I want your version of it. And so... Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem, is I'm not an artist. I don't even know where to start with this problem. Let's play the game, yes. Let's play the game. Let's load the game, because it takes a while to load the game. Let's load that. back to beavers. I think we were about to make robots today, so that's exciting. Or maybe we had made robots? I think we just had the first robots last time. I think we had like 2 robots that had just come out of the factory. You've been dead for a few weeks. Yeah. Temperature? If it's like here it's like 30 degrees already. It's temperature is not great. Okay, so exhausting and half very sick. Oh, that's not great. Oh, so I was about to say we were in the middle of a bad tide, but no, we are not. It's just that this is bad water in this river. Yes, I can remember what we were doing. Would you look at that? And yes, we had 3 bots. 3 bots. So the third bot probably just came out of the factory. Where is it? Also, what did I do? Oh, here is the bot factory, isn't it? Bot assembler. Here we go. So we have the whole bot factory here with limbs, chassis, and heads. And the bot assembly on the top. We have a ton of storage on both sides that takes care of... Well, this is mostly dirt, I believe. But I think the top 2 floors might be base materials like planks and metal, yeah, that are used for bots. And on this side we have gears, we have limbs, we have chassis, and we have heads. Here we go. When they introduced dirt block and dirt mining block, it was a bot only job. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I like how they did the bot stuff where you can unlock the jobs for bots with science. It gives a bit more late game use for science, and that's a good thing, maybe. So yeah, we have bots, but we have very basic bots, no upgrades or anything. They're level 0 basically. Oops, not what I wanted. Iron bot. Yeah, so we need to provide them with control towers and grids if we want them to work more efficiently. And so right now the first bot we are dedicating little by little to the robot parts factory, right? So we have 3 bots that run these 3 factories, and next up will be to robotize the bot assembler itself. Because that means more bots, basically. Self-sustained bot production, right? Also, one thing I'm realizing, I think, let me see. If we take a look at Ironbot 1. Oh, yes, they do need energy. Yes. And we have bot chargers. Oh, right here, actually. Okay. Oh, so they're cranking them. I see, yeah. So we just need mechanical power for the bot, right? Basically. So that's good. That's pretty good. machine assembling machine, it's a dangerous way. Do you know about bots self-reproduction? Nine-Night Swarm incoming. It's okay, they have a limited lifespan. So they can't go up to infinity, right? They only will have a limited lifespan. I think it ends up supporting about 50 bots per bot assembler. Or 100 bots per bot assembler, I don't remember exactly. We just need to keep an eye out for charging needs. And that probably means we need more wood production, more stuff like that at the end of the day. But we're in a decent position here. We have a few unfulfilled positions, a few vacancies for our workers, but these are mostly gonna be in holding posts. Let's go. So like these holding posts full would be 40 people, and right now we only have 15 vacancies, so that's not bad. Portail's bots are using biofuel. You find it much more efficient. Yes, but also it's a separate production, right? So you like it might be more efficient in terms of resource consumption, or like you don't have to spend time recharging, but if the production stops, then you're in deep trouble, and that can easily happen if, for example, you run out of some of the base material because you need that agricultural product. Here, the only thing that needs to happen is supplying logs or even just having water. You have to go. You'll be back later if I'm still on. Yeah, thank you, Kaz. Have a nice dinner. It requires a very stable colony, exactly. And actually, in my autosave, which is my Fault Tales save, I did find myself in that situation where, because I was messing around with building agricultural land and with the water supplies, I found myself in a situation at some point where my how is it called? The lily pad kind of stuff that they used to make biofuel wasn't hydrated, and couldn't be hydrated for a long time because I was like rebuilding my entire water infrastructure stuff, and I ran out. And so that meant I ran out of biofuel, and I started losing power on all my bots. Basically, I had like 50 bots unpowered when I started to recover, and I took a big hit. I almost ended up in a death loop situation, you know? So you have to be careful with that with the Fault Tales. In here, I think it's going to be easier because you just need logistics and wood, but that's your basic product, you know. You know, this French mouse man 7 hours, 8 hours stream is basically guaranteed. We'll see. With the heat, it's not entirely guaranteed because it's like 28 degrees in here, so I might die before then. That's basically what happened last stream, where I was like, it was so hot in there I had to end early. So we'll see how I fare today. But to be fair, it's not like Blueprints, where you have to think a lot and very hard. It's a much less brain intensive game, so hopefully I fare well. Hopefully I fare better today. We'll see. We will. How are we doing here? This is built. Yeah, this is built. Perfect. Amazing. Okay, so we have a big valley here that we could quite easily hydrate. We could also transform this whole thing into a dam, and possibly this whole thing into a secondary dam. Couldn't. I also think, yeah, why not after all? We could have like dam blocks here. That would be pretty okay. At least for now. And that would provide us with a slightly higher level of water in here and slightly better protection against droughts. You know? Only a game about water when it's hot. Yeah, that's not... Yeah, I hadn't made the connection, but... You know what? Yes. Swimming with the beavers. I kinda almost want to make a land connection here. I think that would be fun. Let's see, maybe like... something like this. Seems like a good idea. There we go, we are building this. We are stopping in the tubes to make the construction. And so that will mean a little bit more water in here. Is level raising already? I think it is. Like you see the water accelerating here. You have less throughput, so the water level increases a little bit here. There we go. So that's gonna raise to 065 in here. Oh, interesting. Water is still flowing despite... Ah, here we go. Despite the fact that this is supposed to block it. It will take only a few months to get better, yeah. It will. Unfortunately, that's a long time, a few months. Okay, also we had started work on diverting the water flow over here to have a more direct water flow inside here, and I think I'm going to continue that project a little bit. Do we have dynamite? Much. 204, it's not that bad. We had just upgraded this dam quite significantly. You see we've dug pretty much the whole bottom. Actually, we need to finish digging it. Here we go. Let's... Ooh. Something like this. And probably we just demolish these for now. We will want to probably like rework this section to have a more direct dam. Something like looks a bit better. Also, we probably I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Let's see. Maybe we move this staircase here and dig up this part and move this staircase, or we move this staircase and we start building up this part and removing these few blocks. A few more! I'm moving further north! Yeah. Mood. I've considered so many times exiling myself the whole summer in the middle of the mountain. I could too, network would be an issue. Not having network in itself, but network speed would be an issue. I wouldn't have fibered internet in the place where I would be able to take refuge. You can move to the Nordics, they have fiber everywhere. Yeah, but I don't have a house over there. I'm originally from, well, part of my family is from the Alps, so we do have a house in the Alps, fairly high up. So I would be able to technically move to the mountain for a few months. In summer it would be pretty easy, but yeah, it would be a problem to get the internet access I would need for streaming. Just buy a home, yeah. Casually just buy a home just like that. Because it's just that easy, right? Easy peasy. Why didn't I ever think of it? I don't know. Right? Such an easy thing to do. I will block a few batteries, yes, but I will rebuild this whole thing basically. I will remove these batteries afterwards and just rebuild new ones over here. And we will remove this little bit of land here. Basically, we remove this thing. We remove this extra thing on the outside. Is the plan here? Why are there triple dynamite here? That's not intended. That's definitely not intended. Okay. So all of that works. Perfect, perfect. They are building this. Easy. So under here we have hydrated this whole land over here and over there artificially. Last time. Can show the water canals. So you see that under here we have a bunch of water canals. Actually, I need to finish this. So let me remove this sluice gate and put a path back so that they can access this. I want to add a few more tunnels just so they can have more closer access to water, because in droughts I have a few spots that become unhydrated basically. You shared a playlist of Timberborn you really enjoyed in the Discord. Nice. I will take a... Hey Infinity, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So that's gonna be one of the projects here, is gonna be to rehydrate land around. And I think probably like these areas seem like a good place to do it. We just need to build up a water reserve over here to do so. And so I'm thinking probably we build up a dam just around, you know, this little bit of a bulge here. I think that would be good. Maybe even we can have fun with the design and do something that's slightly curved like that. I do like this curve. We could follow it. You know, we could go like this. And maybe on the other side of the channel we do the same. So we could go poof, poof. 3, and then we're going to have to see what we do over here. Probably we dig in there, inside the mountain. You're doing a bit better, nice. Out of time, but oh well. What do you mean out of time? You mean like sleep schedule is a mess or something like that? Something like that. I think. Actually, might not. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So that means that this one is up. Yeah. Okay, so this needs to be cut. And we'll have to see what we do with this bridge as well. That's an open question. Just got more to do than you can get done. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I have the same problem, to be fair. I don't know. It's... yeah. But it's not unheard of. At least not around me. Being like, yeah, there's this and that and that and that I need to do, and oh my god, how am I ever going to do any of it? I get the feeling. Alright, so we need to dig a little bit. This is gonna get dug by 2, I think. Oh, yeah. And then I can have 1 for these. And these need a 3. Go. Oh, and these need a 2. Okay. Can. Wait, 2 or 3? No, a 3. Isn't it? Yeah, I think they are on the same level as the other ones. Oh, maybe not. Actually. No, actually, maybe not. Maybe that's the 2. Looks like it. Okay. So, we can leave them to install all that, I think. Most of it should be in range. Maybe these ones are not. These, like, this line might not be in range. You'll work on it one after the other, yeah. That's one by one. That's how you do things. Trying to have everything work out at the same time isn't a good plan. It only leads to panic and paralysis. How's everyone? I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm doing very good. I'm starting to get used to the heat over here, which is still unbearable, but slightly more than it was. So, you know, that's progress. That's progress. Oh, one thing I didn't mention in the pre-stream part. Next weekend, we'll do basically the same kind of shenanigans as this weekend. So I think I'm going to try streaming like tomorrow and on Friday. But Friday might be an early stream because I need to go somewhere in the evening. Because I'm going to go hiking with family this weekend. Been a long time since I've done really any kind of sports, so that's nice. It is one of the things I need to get back to, doing more sports. Hiking, yeah, I'm going to go for 2 days. Hiking in the mountains with some of my family. Which means no stream on Sunday, fortunately, but you know, sacrifices have to be made. So yeah, I think we might try. I don't know if we do blueprints tomorrow or on Friday. Maybe we try to do blueprints tomorrow, and maybe Friday can be a more of a development stream. Is my weather warm at the moment? Yeah, it's 30 degrees. So it's kind of warm. Will hiking be feasible with proper hydration? Yes. No reason not to do it with proper hydration. And also it's higher up in the mountains, so it won't be as warm. Which is one of the nice things about it. It won't be super high, but it's not like, the temperature depends a lot on your environment. Here I'm in the middle of a city, and the temperature is significantly different than, for example, at my parents who live like in the border of the forest, um, and you have a huge difference in temperature, several degrees, between the middle of a city and the more like smaller city, edge of the city, forest kind of area. That makes a ton of difference. And then you go high up in the mountain. Of course, if you're in a very rocky area where you have a lot of stone, it's gonna be hotter. If you are under trees, amongst vegetation, the vegetation sweats and cools down the atmosphere. So you get a lot cooler if you go in the middle of nature. It's also warmer in cities and valleys over there too, and those two usually coincide that too. So it's warmer because it's in the valley, but it's also just warmer because there's a lot less vegetation in the middle of cities, especially big cities. For the past, like, I don't know, 50 years, 100 years, we've been like putting everything concrete, etc. And you have like maybe a few trees as decoration, very little shade. It becomes hot as a furnace. If you go, that's one thing that actually was kind of striking when I went to Spain last year. I went near Sevilla, Granada, which is a place that's much hotter traditionally than over here. And like they have shades above their streets, they have a much narrower streets. They have a lot of things that are done within their cities. They have a lot more greenery, a lot more water running even through the city, um, because a lot of things have been done with the fact in mind that you have a lot of heat, you need to cool down, and so they designed the city around it. And even, yeah, like the floor isn't asphalt, it's stones, which are better at refracting heat rather than storing heat. So you have a lot of things that are done. Um, Even if you look at like the colors of the buildings, that's something like you have this very distinct Greek architecture, for example, with very, very white buildings, that's not completely at random. That's for a reason. It's because the white refracts the heat better. There's a reason behind that. And so the more south you go, the more white building you find. For a pretty good reason. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things with climate change we are going to have to rethink about our city. That's for sure. That's for certain. Okay, so let's see. So now this is running at night. Good. Which means more bots produce faster. Alright, I'd like to see this being built, to be honest. This whole thing is accessible, this is accessible, this is too far, yeah, as expected. But that's okay. I don't need it to be done right now. This can be done. These are too far. Right. Yeah. Understandable. Um, I can have a road like this, maybe. Yeah, that would work. About 30 years ago, your dad was thinking about getting air conditioning, and the HVAC guy pointed out that it never got hot enough there to need it. No, it gets dangerously hot a couple times a year. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, like, these things have changed a lot in the past 10, 20 years, where we beat. In France, it's quite impressive. I think for more than 10 years, we've been beating the historical record of heat every single year. That tells you something about climate change, right? When people are like, oh yeah, but see, it's still snowing, there's no climate change. Like, look at the actual data. and and so yeah, it's getting hotter and we're experiencing higher extreme, unfortunately. That means our lifestyle needs adjustment. Alright, so maybe I plant trees up here? That would be a pretty good spot for some tree planting. You know, something like that. I think would be decent. Let's remove a few of them just so we can hopefully place like forester and stuff like that. Mm, yeah, sure, you know what? This can technically get to the edge, so why not? And maybe a lumberjack. Over here? Sure. And these are oak trees that died. That's fine. And so that also means we are marking this stuff for tree cut. Let's go with the whole plateau. I want a lot more trees than I need, basically. I want a very, very strong tree supply because we are going to increase quite a lot the power consumption with the bots. Look at the bot being wound up. It's cute. It's quite. You're not going to convince people with data who don't want to allow the possibility to change their opinion. Yeah, that's true. That is unfortunately very true. But yeah, I think the I won't say good thing because it's not good. I wish it was not true, but um the very convincing thing is that you don't need to look at the data, you experience it every year. You know, it's becoming undeniable just because people are actually experiencing it, and you don't need to look very far. It's not historical records that you need to look at. It's like, no, you just look at the fact that every single year in the past 10 years you remember the television announcing that, yeah, this is a record of it, you know. And so it's something very easy to grasp, much easier than looking at like a curve or something. It's like, yeah, it's right in your face. You cannot ignore it. Or I mean, you can ignore it, but because you can ignore anything if you put your mind to it. But it's becoming harder and harder to ignore these facts. But on the other hand, the human brain is great at cognitive dissonance. You can know something and still believe something else. We basically run on cognitive dissonance. We have 4 beavers injured. That's well within our capacity to handle. Alright, so what do we do here? Why are they not doing these? I think it's just because I gave them a lot of jobs, probably? They must be working on that. Yeah, they're working on that. That makes sense. The human brain is amazing at a lot of crap processes and quick and dirty biases. Yeah. Yes, it is. Ooh, a bad tide is approaching. Bad, bad, bad. Bad tide. I think we built the protection last time against bad time here. Bad tide here. Bad tide. Yes, bad time too. Yeah. Here it is. So closed below 1% contamination. Closed above 0% contamination. Yes, so we're protected. That's good. I might want to add a few blocks here, just in case it overflows a little bit. And maybe I prioritize this, just in case, you know? Is that what the bad water warning looks like? Yes, it is. So you can see here, like, this distinct color of orange poopy water. So that means in 2.8 days now, we're going to have the bad tide at the top. And all the water on the map is going to turn poopy red. But it's okay because we built a lot of protection against that. I might want... I might want a station here. How am I going to do that? I might want a tubeway station over there. I think we are going to build dirt blocks here and here. Perfect. And platforms like this. Possibly even a few more dirt blocks right here. Yeah. And then we're going to have a tubeway station right here. I can add a platform here to have a little storage for the wood, a small industrial pile, just like this. And then I can have platforms over here, a vertical tubeway here and there, and then I can have a bunch of vertical tubeways right there. That way we can have a little tubeway that goes above the dam. The tubeway of the dam. Is it possible to keep good water in secluded bodies? Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing in Infinity. So you see this barrage here, and this one over here, and the one I starting to build up over here, are all meant for this kind of situations during bad tides and droughts. So you see here, we have the same mechanism on the other side, but this one is probably the simpler one, easier to see. These sluice gates here are only opened when the contamination is above. Is these sluice gates? I can do it. Are closed when the contamination is above 0%. So bad tide is contaminated water. So the water that is going to fill this hole is going to have 100% contamination. So as soon as it starts mixing up with the good water that's in there, the contamination is going to raise, and these sluices are going to close. So that means no water goes through them anymore, right? So the level in here is going to raise, it's going to become all bad water, and this bad water is going to have one way to escape. It's through these two dams that are 0.65 high instead of the one height of these levees. And so all this water is going to go overboard here. So you see here that it's clean water, but it's excess water that I don't need down here. So that's why at the moment it's going over. So that's an overflow kind of situation, but we're going to have the same, except everything is going to be overflow with the time, right? And so I'm just going to throw it overboard here. That means these gates stay closed during the entire bad time. So here I have 0.7 height of water inside this whole thing, and you see that these here are at 0.65. So in normal times right now, this whole dam is at 0.7 height, right? Including this. So these blocks will slowly dry with evaporation, but that's enough that they generally don't dry all the way, right? And then all the water I'm consuming is taken from this dam. And so this dam, what happens is that here at the bottom I have sluice gates that say, hey, you only open if the water downstream is below 0.55. So I keep a water level here of 0.55 to 0.60 basically in here. And that's where I pump my drinking water from, right? And so the drinking water supply is like this whole dam is basically a drinking water supply. Because it's going to keep supplying these and being put in these tanks and then transported in these tanks. I have a few over here as well. This kind of stuff. I have also one over here that says, hey, you close if downstream is above 055. So here I keep like 055. And here I have the same thing. You see, I have this tiny reservoir here with sluice gates at the bottom that maintains the 055 level down here. And here I have these dams that are 065 height. So water should never go over the dam unless like these opened for too long or something like that, you know. So that's basically what's going on here. Is this water that's up there. I'm feeding downstream, but just on the per need basis. And so the only thing that's slightly at risk is this part, but 07 height is good enough that during a normal bad tide or drought, it doesn't completely dry up. And so on this side, I have the exact same thing. So if you see slightly below the rain level, I have this setup over here. So these are the source blocks. These are the water sources that are going to turn bad tide. And these gates are opened if the water is contaminated. And these gates are opened if the water is clean. So if I have contaminated water in here, it's going thrown out of the map, this side. And if the water that's coming in is clean, it's allowed to go in there and fill this dam. And then this dam, the overflow is flowing over the top and down the river. But during a drought, this overflow is going to stop, and I'm going to use these sluice gates to keep a constant water level downstream. And I have a few more water pumps here, and I have a few swimming pools over here. And so in this new land that we just acquired, we are going to implement something basically similar. So right now we have made, you see these tunnels. Here we have the same system where we have sluice gates that send overboard the contaminated water. So we dug a long tunnel all the way through the mountain over here just to divert the bad water flow. And that means I only ever admit clean water through this gate. And now we're going to build a dam over here, which is going to keep a storage of clean water that I can use to feed downstream and keep all this thing at a constant water level. So yeah, it's possible to isolate clean water and keep a store of clean water to feed everything and feed your agricultural land during droughts or bad water. Basically, this system that I do over here, this interlocking system, allows me to treat a bad tide as if it was a drought. The important thing is, if it's bad water, I reject it and it never enters my storage. And so that means for me, for anything downstream, it's basically the exact same thing as a drought. Because this, which is my source, quotation marks, is closed. The only problem with this strategy is that to feed water to other places, you can never feed a level that's higher than your dam, right? So you'd need still a very high dam, basically to height limit, if you wanted to push the water up. But you can, because the sources don't stop producing water, even if there's a lot of pressure on them. So you can see that here, my dam is at this height, where the sources that are feeding it are at this height, right? So they're at level 9, and the dam is filling up to level 15. So I'm pushing up quite a lot of water. The source doesn't care about pressure. So I could take this up to height, to map height limit, and it would still work. It would just be a very tall dam. And so another key aspect is to keep the amount of water you keep in the place where you can have either good or bad water very limited. The only thing, and you can build the sluice box that are your source at arbitrary points with water behind them. I mean, yes, I can decide where I place the sluice. It's just the blocks that I build. And then the only thing is it needs to be at the bottom of the water area, right? If any water was lower than my sluice here, it could never go through this sluice. So it needs to have all the water that pulls towards them. Is basically that what's going on here. And then if I open them, because the water levels want to become the same on both sides, as long as the water level on this side is higher than the water level on this side, it's going to push water through, right? And then you don't decide where the source blocks themselves are, right? So that's the thing you have to work around. Like I have 2 water source blocks here. If I want to do anything with them, I have to do it around here. But yeah, that can be worked with, obviously. And so, yeah, if you want to evacuate the bad water, etc., you need to think about how to design these so these two are at the same height, basically. And ideally, they should be at the same height or below the water source itself. And then you have limitation due to the amount of water you flow through this, of course. Come on. What's going on here? Why is this not being built? I have 3 unemployed bots. Should I have built a bot? Should I possibly convert one of these builders into bots? I think so. Because that means they're going to work day and night now. Those sluices at level 9 still had natural sluice block behind them, yes. Yeah, but what I meant is just I can treat them as... I can treat the clean water sluice as my source block for all intents and purposes below it, right? Because it's the only place where water is gonna come from. And it's always gonna be clean water. Because I have another sluice that lets the bad water through. So if water is going through that sluice, it means it's clean water. And so for all intents and purposes, downstream from this sluice, a bad tide is a drought. The only difference for me between a bad tide and a drought is the water wheel. Because the water wheels stop during a drought and don't stop during a bad tide. Only water connected to the edges of the map will turn bad. No, all sources of water will turn bad. So you have sources that are always bad tide water. Let's see. So here, this is a bad water source. So this will always produce bad tide, except during droughts, where it will not produce any water. And normal water sources will produce clean water, except during droughts, and during bad tides, they will produce bad water. So that's why during normal tide, I have bad water over here. It's the water that originates from. And we have ways to block this, but it's very expensive, so I haven't done it yet. Ooh, what's going on here? Why is... Oh, because... Alright. Because I built stuff in the water. I see. That's fine. It will evacuate downstream. Yes, so here I've just built dirt blocks inside the tank, so it's like, oh no, I need to evacuate all this water now. And then this is like, oh no, I have more water now. What if I contaminated everything behind me? What if that water crept up, right? Yeah, the water dynamics can sometimes be a bit iffy in the game. I have another issue here where I have, where was it again? Over here I had resonance modes where when the drought ends, this starts to fill up, right? But it makes a big wave, and if you don't provide enough margin, that's the reason why I stop at 0.55. If I stop at 0.6, given the dam stops at 0.65, it basically keeps draining water. Like the water level here is at 0.65 and the water level here is at 0.6. And so yeah, it causes issues. Issues. Dynamics can be iffy. Very sus. Okay, so come morning, we're going to get bad tide water. I can demonstrate for you what happens. When the tide turns bad. I suppose this one can be a fun one to look at. Go. Come on, come on. go. Morning is waking. Won't be to tell most small things on the phone anyway. Yeah, so you see the water here is turning red. And immediately the sluice is opening, right? And you see that even like it's not really creeping up all that much. This is still open, right? But now all the water from here is emptying through these sluices and just running off map. And now this is closed because now this has become mostly contaminated water. You can see contamination is at 30% upstream. And so the water downstream has not been contaminated thanks to that. And so during the whole bad tide, the water is going to go through this little loop and be redirected off map. And so the water in here is absolutely fine. But you do see that the dam stopped overflowing because now the water is going downstream. And so I'm just letting the water go down here. Unfortunately, we have the water a bit contaminated over here because of what happened with the floodings earlier, but that's okay. And so over here, it's the exact same thing. The source has turned bad, all the water is being rejected, the sluices are closed, and so this is just slowly drying out, but slowly enough that in theory we should be fine. And for the rest of this part, well, nothing new is happening really. As for this one, well, all of this is right now, right? Because I'm just redirecting the bad tide in here, where it's evacuated off the map. So the clean water is not going here, and because I don't have a barrage yet, this is my barrage basically. And so you just see that I'm going up to the dam and no lower, and here I'm going up to the dam and no lower. Alright. Very good, very good. So I have full employment in the builder's hut, in the robot builder's hut. So that's good. It's going to help a lot with the construction project. And that means we can start building up these things. And I think let's go all the way right now. I might eventually reinforce the corners here. Probably what will happen. Probably internally, we'll see. If a closed body of water gets contaminated a bit and the sluice close, will contamination stay at the percent it is? Or can it get worse with time? I don't think it spreads. I think it's just mixing of water. I don't know. I don't actually know. But I do not think it spreads. I think it's just diluted. It's just poop water, basically. But yeah, I suppose in theory you could see it as being bacteria in the water that spread. I don't think that's what they modeled. Could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. It's just my gut feeling about what they did. Hmm. Maybe I just have scaffolding here in the corners. Okay. And then we will like a little bit of tubeway. Perfect. And probably we connect just for the sake of connecting. Red brown looks much like red or brown algae. Could be two. I don't know, because it's supposed to be the remains of the cities left after the apocalypse. I suppose it would make much more sense for it to be red algae. I suppose it would make more sense, because like why would the sewage water keep like spraying out after hundreds of years? In my mind it was more like sewage water, but I do see how it makes less sense, if you see what I mean. Well, you probably do, but it was your idea of it. Um, yeah, I agree that makes less sense than the vision I had in my head. But, you know, my head canon. Something like that, and then we need the 2. Okay, we can do that. So let's make a path here that allows us to go across. Poof poof. And that way we can have a proper crossing. That's annoying. Please remove this tree. I say please this removes. Okay, so they're building all the stuff down there. Let's have a look at their needs. Their happiness. Oh, I have a bot out of energy. Ooh, hang on. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I need a charging station over there, probably. How am I going to bring energy all the way down there? I think it's time we start doing some tunneling for energy. Hmm. Yeah, we are going to do some underground energy transportation. Okay, so Let's see. Okay, so that's higher than this whole thing. So if I go down here, it won't be a problem, right? What we're going to do is we're going to have like a dual tubeway somehow. Basically we're going to have a two wide tunnel. Is that proposed? And probably a third level, because that's at the level where it would dig inside the ground. So here we can go below the ground of this plateau, right? Yeah. And that's the level, the minimum level I need to go to pass through here. Oh. Yeah, no, we can go straight here. Okay. And so here we can go like this. I think it. Yep. Nothing to say up here to say, hey, that's my ground level. Right? But in like this area, does that work? Yes. That's one thing I wish, is if it was easier to see what you have done on the lower or higher level with this stuff. Okay, perfect. I think that's going to work out well. And so here we are going to have a power shaft to go down, go across, and it's going to come back basically below this path. And next to it we're going to have a little tubeway. I am going to prioritize this project actually. I think it's important we do it basically before the rest. Whee! And we can start building the tubes themselves, I think. I can go above here. And basically, I think basically here we go to the side and we just say, hey, we're going to go side by side. And so if we build these with high priority, it's going to also allow them to access whatever we're doing down there, which is going to be an important feature. And not only is it going to allow like faster access from this part of the map to this part of the map, it's also going to allow us to transmit power over there and do power things over there, like recharging, stuff like that. Because I do not think the bot out of energy problem is due to power availability. Although all three are starting to be used, let's build another one just in case, but I don't think right now it's the problem. I think right now the problem is more about having close enough power that it doesn't discharge during its whole job. Come on, why am I eating all the wrong key? Ooh, this has emptied quite a bit already. Actually. We're consuming the water over here. Definitely are. Here we barely emptied. I think what I'm going to do here is pause these pumps and maybe start these instead. That way we stop pumping the water from here and the only water consumption is no plants and evaporation. Oh, I also have two pumps over here. Yeah, that doesn't help. Let's pause them to maybe I keep one. 4 pumps out of this tiny reservoir isn't great. Yeah, that's okay. Ooh, and we have very little water left in here. In fact, we have no water left. I believe that's the point where we remove these things. And we try to not accidentally destroy the whole dam. Instead, we want it to be intentional, of course. No, I'm joking. Don't do it intentionally either. So, we're removing a few batteries, but that's exactly what we expected to happen. We can remove these stairs. They're not useful anymore. We can remove this. I think that's it. I think that. So, gravity battery. We are going to rebuild a few more gravity batteries. Yeah, these would interfere. That's okay. That's absolutely okay. I can just have a power shaft here that links them up. And so temporarily this whole side is disconnected. So we might want to put a high priority on this. That's a lot of high priority stuff. Hopefully I don't come to regret again. Lots of high priority projects. Let's see, talking about high priority projects. I messed that up. Okay, so. Oh, interesting. I have one more tunnel here. Oh. Oops. Wait a minute. I messed it up. I intended to go one lower. Better? Yep. Like here, I think? Yes. Okay. And we reprioritize all of that. Perfect. Also, I forgot a tube here. Awkward. Okay, perfect. That's destroyed. We can explosives. Oof. 3 high. Yeah, I think 3 high is what we need. So, how's my power supply going? Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Supplying 3000 out of 5000. The batteries, even though I only have 4 of them active, are barely going down. And they have a lot of power, so that's fine. And over there, everything keeps hydrated. So far so good. What's going on here? Why are you not building this? No reason. Just priorities. And workforce available. I think I might reconvert one of the logistics building to bots. Like this one. That way we have transferred all the missing workforce to bots basically at this point. Stop the elites from hogging all that spicy water. Spicy water for every beaver. I mean, spicy water is readily available. You just have to go to the power station and you get spicy water. Like, we have a big tank. Or medium tank of spicy water. Right here. In the explosives area. They can get spicy water if they want to. Somehow they just don't seem to want to. I don't understand why. Yeah, that's not getting cut. What do I do with that? That's gonna be a problem because now that I've cleared this, I don't have access to it. I suppose we destroy this and now it gives them access to it. And then we put back a levy here, but we pause it. Alright. That seems about your priority, yes. Go, the planks are delivered. Waiting for materials. And here's the metal block. So that means now they're going to be able to reach in the tunnel. Just with the tube. Right, and now... Okay, so that's good news. This is built. Now I can destroy this whole column of stuff and things, and instead I can have a vertical, right? And when we're done with the other column, we are going to build a vertical shaft over here. As for the other side, yeah, same. Exactly the same. So, poof. It is going to destroy the tubeway. That's fine by me. That's temporary. Right now we're just going to have... do we put in the shaft? No, I think we just put in the tubeway for now. Just because it's higher priority. And we can have the shaft go... well, the tubeway go wrong. You know? Okay, so your high priority... and your high priority. And then down here we can have a vertical shaft. Maybe we'll go one higher. That way it can travel above the tubeway generally. And when that's finished, we can have the vertical power shaft side by side with the tubeway. And we do look at that. It is finished. Hey, Gamer Nature, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. You were playing Timberborn as well. How did it go? What are you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Raid, raid, raid. Yes, yes. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. For those who are new here, welcome in. I'm Alastair. I play a lot of games like this as well. Factory builders, city builders, puzzle games, this kind of thing is what you can expect on this channel. Also some programming from time to time. And right now I'm very addicted to beavers. What were you doing with the beavers? Gamer Nature. I'm playing with the Iron Teeth on this map. And yeah, we have a nice plateau map, we have a nice habitation area. We are just getting into beaver robots. We have a whole skyscraper here making beaver robots that we just started. We have 11 of them so far. Some of them are employed to make more bots, and the rest are basically being employed to do building and hauling. You also play a lot of city building, farming, factory games. Ooh, nice. Yeah, exactly the kind of things I enjoy too. Yeah, right now we're playing, on the channel, we're playing Timberborn and Blueprints, which is an excellent puzzle game. If you don't know it, I highly recommend it if you like puzzle games. We've played a bit of Factorio, Stationeers, this kind of things. And in terms of more puzzle-oriented games, we recently finished Filament. And we also need to go back to...
Thank you for the follow.
...to the Rusty Lake series that we did quite a bit of, all that good stuff. As well as shopping games, sometimes Ghost Hunting and Lethal Company. Oh, so more community-oriented stuff. I see. Yeah, that's fun. Thanks for the follow. And welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community out here. I hope you enjoy. Let's see, we can unpause this. So yeah, we started out here. We built this little residential area, a bit of industry over here, a bit of agriculture. We started building a big dam that's become bigger and bigger. We need more water. And we have extended down here with the industrial area, a lot of power generation down there, a bit of science. We have another source in the mountain in here, so we made another dam right here that allows us to have a bit more agriculture this way. And what we did last time was come out over here, and basically there's a source right here that was basically going out of here, of the map right here. And so we redirected the water flow slightly so that it would hydrate this whole area, try to greenify a little bit the map. And we're starting farming trees and getting metal and stuff like that over here. And right now we are trying to expand this way, so we're building another dam that we're going to have here. And the other big project that we have going on is we are building a power shaft that's going to come down here, go across, and come back up here, which will allow us, well, immediately to have some bot charging stations over here. And longer term also is going to allow us to have industry in these areas. So that's what we are up to basically at the moment. We are in the middle of a bad tide. So the water supply is not amazing. But I think we have quite a bit of water storage. This is running slightly low. Because we have some water pumping in here. Maybe we can stop pumping in here entirely, but we have a lot of pumping here, and we just expanded this dam. We basically doubled the amount of water that we have in here recently, so I'm not too worried. A few kabooms. Let's see. Oh. Thing. So we can remove this walkway. Perfect. And then we can finish digging this piece. That would be nice. So that way this dam is fully at the same level. The only thing is these sluices are a bit far up. It might be better if we had the sluices at this level, but it would require digging this hole. You have a big beaver colony on your Iron Teeth save. Right now you're among folktails, reconstructing the river into a water storage dam on top of a river. Yeah, I have a folktale save that I play on my side, in which I played a lot with platforms and stuff like that, and I'm trying to rehydrate the whole map. With this, I don't know. We'll see what it brings us to. For now, we're basically trying to grow the colony. So we just got into robot beavers. We are going to want to diversify the food next. We have built some canola. We haven't used it yet. Last time I think we made some corn ration, so that's something we could use. But we're mostly limited by the surface of land that we can actually exploit. And because we need a lot of power capacity for the engines, we need a lot of trees. So that's kind of the limitation. So we're going to want... We're starting doing a little bit of irrigation over here too. Let me show you. This whole area is irrigated actually by channels dug through the mountain. Oh, actually, they finished digging that. I should, and I will. Hang on. Ah. Rebuild the sluice gate here. That is going to be always open. Yeah, because I had a few issues with some spots becoming dry during droughts. So I densified the irrigation channels a little bit, but I need to rebuild the sluice gate so that it doesn't empty when the water level gets a bit low. Oh, we have a few kabooms available. Let's go. Hang on, let me see. Nice. Okay, so this whole storage is at the same level. Why is there a hole in here? Why did I excavate this? I don't know why there's a hole here. Interesting. But yes, so generally I think we're going to reclaim some fertile land over here. Seems to be a good approach for now. Boom. This is all fine, so this is being built. We're starting to have bots go into logistics, so that's pretty good. We have a few unemployed beavers, but this number kind of fluctuates a little bit, so it wouldn't hurt to have a few more beavers into logistics, right? Although, do I want a builder's hut or a logistics hut? Probably... Maybe actually a beaver's hut. I don't have that many issues for logistics. Let's build this with priority, and this is going to be a low priority building in terms of employment. Another project that we had started here was to redirect the flow of the river. Do I have explosives? Yeah, I have a few explosives. So let's work on that. Which side do we open? I think that's fine. Yeah, that would be fine. So here the idea is that the water flow is going to come here and come straight into the water wheels. And maybe we're going to have water wheels below the mountain eventually. Like eventually it would be okay to have the water come here, you know. Poof, poof. Something like this. That way we get the maximum effect out of the water wheels, I think. Because you can see that this one is struggling a little bit. If the water was coming straight, they would all be at the same power. This is getting built slowly but surely. I could help it by having scaffolding around. I don't know. Oh, hey. Wait a minute. Did I mess up the digging? Apparently. I don't know what I did. That's fine. At least we can detonate these ones. So eventually we're going to want how much? Like 2 over here. Why is this a 1 dynamite? This needs to be a 3. 3 high, 1 high. And 2 high over here. And this basically all needs to be 3 high demolition. I can deal later with that side. That's okay. It's just a little bit less water storage. Even the other side isn't entirely gonna be built right now. I don't care. I just want the walls basically. Which incidentally means I probably shouldn't be building these ones, at least. At the very least, I shouldn't be building these ones, because I'm going to want scaffolding. go. Perfect. So we have this lumberjack screaming about nothing to do in range, which is absolutely fair, because you were temporary. So let's go find another job for you, right? This... How are we doing? I believe the power shaft should have made quite a bit of progress. Yes, it has. Yes, it did. Okay, so the only thing here is we're going to have to build them one by one, and it's going to be annoying. Right. We can't really just have them build the whole thing. It would be nice, you know, to be able to tell them, hey, you're going to dig that up, and then you're going to pull a tube through here. But that's not currently possible. So we're just going to have to wait for them to go get on that. Go to run to dinner. Yes, of course. Thank you so much for reading once again. If you're not following Gamer Nature, definitely give them a look into. That's a channel that seems very much worth following. I didn't know you, but very happy to meet you. It's always great to make new streamer acquaintances. And yeah, do take care of yourself. After stream care is very important. I absolutely understand you've been streaming for a long time, presumably. So go ahead and do that. Thank you again for being. And same for the raiders, by the way. If you've been watching for a few hours and you do need to go take care of yourself, don't feel embarrassed to do so. That's absolutely normal. See here. We're digging. Yay! And one more tube. God, that's gonna be slow. Aha. The plank left. A building like worker. Yeah, the population of beaver is fluctuating a little bit, so I believe the building that's lacking workers at the moment must be the builder's hut that we converted. Yep, exactly. As expected. So over here we are slowly nibbling on the ruins of an old age. The ruins of a bygone date. Let's actually move one of the scrappers' flags. Or maybe both of them? To a place where they can reach both ruins. This only requires builders, so please come and do so. No need for materials, I just need one beaver to go and say, hey, that's a flag. Let's go faster a little bit. No need in one-time speed. I don't know why I was in one-time speed. I think it was probably a mistake. Go, one more. High priority, the power shaft and low priority, no need for it until it's built. Okay, that's built. Which means we can remove these two flags. And these two now have access to all the ruins. Scaven. Perfect. I have an iron mine here when we need it, but right now I want to be scavenging as much as I can. Ooh, I heard a big kaboom. That's always good news. Let's have a look. Yeah. Literally an earth-shattering kaboom. What else? This has been built. Just that, well, there's no water up here, so not much to do. Water levels are doing okay. We have 14 boats at this time. So the population is still increasing. Do I have enough boat charging station? It does look like it. This one is completely unused. But I blended. Good, good. And this time this stayed fully hydrated, so very happy with that. Alright. Let's see. I might want to kaboom these two blocks here. Just so I can have sluice gates right here that come across. That seems like a plan to me. Let's start providing a way to go down the dam. Very bad plan. Let's try that again. But better. Poof. Poof. And then we go like this. That works so much better. Aha. Good. And then we're probably going to want to wait to go all the way down. In fact, we're certainly going to want to. So let's do it right now. Nope. Perfect. What are we doing down here? Aha, we seem to have dug everything required. Not shabby. So let's see. Maybe we can have something like this. Be built. Then that should help with the contamination issues over here. I think. We're probably going to have to raise that thing. Have a bit more of a wall. But that's fine. That's absolutely fine. This should already provide more flow diverted this way. You can see the water current is going this way a lot more. So let's divert that fully. We're going to have to rebuild this path, but okay. And yeah, generally if we can insulate this a lot more from the bad side, I wouldn't be unhappy about it. Let's go down. I went down too far. Yes, I did. This hook. And then the power shaft. That's gonna be a freaking long project. That's fine. Okay, so water is flowing once again. We can impose these to have a proximity water source. Then we can pose the instead. And well, we have canola seed. Are we producing oil anywhere? I do not think so. I think it might be time to start producing oil, to be honest. We should already have the oil press, yeah. We already do have the oil press. So where do I produce oil? Is, I suppose, the only question. Could be here. Hmm. Something like this, maybe? Sure. Sure. And we are going to want an oil storage. Like that. Might even actually rotate the press. And maybe I just give them their own private station. Or what? Why not? It's not super efficient, but whatever. Yeah. This path doesn't need to exist. Is these 2 bits? It's a bit of an awkward spot, but that's okay. So this is all nicely refilled. Yep, we have water coming up here. You know, we could almost catch the water, the clean water here and have it come down here if we wanted. We could like make a little artificial river, but of course it would mean we would need to divert like bad water here and sort the bad water from the overspill. Would be kind of a mess. But I could. Let's go have a look downstairs. Yep, as expected. Every day we're shuffling one bit forward. Might have been easier to just make a shaft and have them go and dig. Fine. So up here we're planting. That's good. We have some cassavas. We're kinda short on kohlrabis. That's still a bit worrying. We're still constantly short on kohlrabi. Mangrove fruits are absolutely fine. Oh, I was expanding the kohlrabi field. I forgot about that. Here you go. 2 more rows. I kinda expect to have to add like a big canola farms down here or something like that. It's kind of my expectation, to be quite honest. Let's see. Uh-huh. Maybe we could be making 2 tubes today. This has a lot of the resources. Yeah, that one's fine. What am I lacking? I mean, we could have more scrap metal, but I'm not too worried. We seem to be doing okay on metal block. So I think we'll be fine on that. Yeah, I don't know. This can go kaboom. Boom, boom. Yes. Hydrate and a stretch. I can do that, Guppy. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Ooh, a lot of water, actually. We're not out of water. I'm also going to have to take a pee break. Flood the city! And the stretchy stretch. Yeah, make sure to keep hydrated, everybody. It's hot in here. Let me look at the temperatures, actually. Is it yet that time? No, it's not yet that time where I might consider opening the window. Not quite yet. But we're getting there slowly. Oh, you're going to want canola oil. Yay! Oh, one thing I forgot. Is there power in there? Yes, there is power in there, so I just need to have a little shaft. Perfect. And let's go down. Yay! more tubeways. Right? What's coming next? This probably should be kind of high priority. Just so this gets forward. You have oil, you're going to produce 1 canola oil every 1.3 hours. And I might consider robotifying this job. So it becomes a full-time job. Let's go. Your flight perfect. Yeah, I think we bought this. Because it's going to contribute to both both bots and beavers over time. So I think it's worth having on highest productivity workers, you know. High priority, all that. Oh, this is so slow. Yeah, but it's still going to take a few hours to get back to place the explosives. And here we go, it should have blown up. Next up, tubeway. This is not a fast way to build things. It makes it fun because you don't have to have an access tunnel, but it's possibly the slowest way to build. Ooh, we're almost at the tip here. Snap. These can't be exploded. Perfect. So let's see, we are going to want juice. Do I go all the way across? Sure. With my sluice gate. You know what? Sure. Oop. And I'm probably going to need another spill. in this case. So let's have a dam on the last block. That means we need to rebuild this whole section of the bridge. That's fine. I'm going to need to take a break quite soon. So I think we do that. Let's have like one more tile while I'm here. Poof poof. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. If you haven't moved around in a while, take this time to move around, stretch your legs a little bit, hydrate, all this kind of stuff. I'm going to take this time to refill on coffee, go to the bathroom, all that. And I'm going to run ads so that we don't get the ad break in 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes. And I will see you, yeah, like 3 to 5 minutes, please. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Beaver City. The city where crime never sleeps. And cuteness. The cutest crimers of them all. The beaver. Sorry. Hope you all had a good break. A great beaver. Making them a little bit of path so they can go and grab stuff if need be. What are we doing over here? Yes, we're going to have issues with that. I think we're fine for now, honestly. Because it's going to arrive like right at the end of the project. We can even do this part when the project is already finished, if we want. So we'll be fine on that side. On that front. Ooh. More tubeways, you say? I can do that. And I will. Here we go. We are up to 20 bots. Wait, how do I have 20 bots and only 19 worker bots? Oh, one is incapacitated. Oh, that's why. One is out of energy. Why are you out of energy, dude? What's going on? I suppose we should probably have like a recharge station over here or two. That would probably be good practice. Let's see. Charging station. Yeah, something like that, I think. And maybe one over here? Oh, you know what? We can shimmy this back. Oh, and have a charging station right here in the corner. Yeah, that way it's readily accessible. I think that's a good idea. Ah, look at that. Okay, so how do I do that? I'm just going to... Well, it could be the bridge is the thing. I could easily just destroy this whole thing and build an actual bridge here. Like this. Do I bite the bullet? That's going to be a lot of rebuilding. But probably not as much as this path because I can work on most of it at once. Because the real problem here is that I have to build stuff one by one, right? If it weren't for that, it would have been finished long ago. And even worse, I have to place them one by one. So I might do that. Just, you know, for fun. Also, that means I can have the path just go below it. Yeah. Okay. Decision made. Because that's something I built before I had the tools available to make bridges. That's fundamentally why it's not a bridge. The only reason why it's not a bridge. Well, I mean, like it... I have suspension bridges, but I would have liked to have it like proper bridges that I can build on. Overhang. So here I can have this, then I have a little dirt block. Then I can have another overhang. And then I suppose... Yeah, you know what? Another overhang here and another one. Sure. And so that can become a path. Which is going to allow everything to travel below. How are we doing here? Yeah. So here, this path is gonna become redundant. Of course, we leave it in while it's in use. And then we can even if it's more costly in terms of materials, have it like this. And the tubes go on this floor. And the power shaft goes on this floor. Perfect. Look at that. That's so much cleaner. And then that can mean I can cut off the water here without a problem, right? I should probably prioritize this whole project because the whole dynamite factory is in trouble because of the lack of power. In theory, I might even want to have it below ground, but we've seen that it is a slight problem to build. It is a pain in the ass. But this should go much faster, I believe, because they can basically access everything at once. The whole ground floor. This can be accessed. Look at this. They already have the materials for this one. They're already starting the materials for this. This is built, actually. So, yeah. The floors are going like one floor by one floor. So it's going to be very quick. Perfect. I think we can remove the bridges here. They do seem to still use it. I don't know that it's necessary. Okay. I think let's remove the suspension bridges. It is superfluous at this point in time. I think we keep this one because it gives access path to the waterways. So this side path, we can reconnect everything like that. And we can probably do something like this. Yeah, look at that. This is all going up. Perfect. Did I forget to prioritize these jobs? Possibly. No, I didn't. It's just that the other part of the high priority is higher priority. That's fine. That is fine by me. It is true anyway. So, you know. And we have less injured beavers, so I think we're making good progress here. What are we doing on oil? Not bad. What are the rubber beavers doing? They're not getting grease. So how do I supply them with grease? Grease factory. Okay, so it's built from oil, but it's not pure oil. Okay. Do I do that first? Maybe. I can always shut it down if need be. Ooh, that's a rather big building. Well, it's not super big, but... How do I fit it in? I could do that. Yeah, let's do that. I'd like to have it basically right next to the oil factory, because that would allow them to feed each other. Although the problem of storing grease is going to be an issue, but you know, we can come to it when it becomes a problem. You're going to be bot powered. And so we said you need extract for that. Yeah, you do need extract. One extract every 2 hours. Okay, ideas. How about I shift this lumberjack flag right here. And then I introduce some scaffolding here. And a big tank? No, a medium tank. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. You're going to be a grease tank, I think. And I'm going to want a tank for extra. I suppose I can have an extract tank right here, maybe? A medium tank for extract right here. And maybe a small one over here. Just to shorten the logistics route, although I'm not even sure it's going to shorten anything. But you know what, sure. Okay, so we are starting to make grease that's going to be making the bots happier. And happier bot is more efficient bot. So very beneficial for us. Because it's an immediate upgrade to a whole a whole side of the work. And not an insignificant one either. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I can do that. Interesting. That's already almost done. Oh, I like that. Rather than having to click every time. Okay, so this is done. This bridge is restored. Which means I can... Boop, boop, boop. Also I might break that. Yes, I will break that. And that way I can have a little dirt block, right? And I will also break... not resources, just same deal. Little dirt block. And a little passing. Right? Oh, wait. No, 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 no. Actually, not you. You are going to be a dam. Because I still need an escape route for the water that comes from up top, don't I? Yeah, that might already be a bit tight. But hey, I think we improved the efficiency of the water wheel. Actually, we were more at like 300 something, now we are more around 400 something. So I think having more direct water did improve things. Look, we're making progress. Nice. And we can even... hydration. Guppy really wants me to spend my whole stream on the toilet. A hydration, posture check and a stretch. Ah. Posture check done. I was shrimping a little bit indeed. A little sip of water. Stretch. Have to hydrate me enough to survive the 45 degrees. It's not quite that bad, it's 28. But yes. Although I think I'm doing okay on hydration, to be honest. Give it a few days. Yeah. I know, I know. Let's see. We have tanks. We have extract. We have this running. Let the grease flow. Hmm. You are consuming one canola oil every 2 hours, and you're producing one every 1.3 hours. So we're producing, in theory, slightly more oil than we're consuming. Canola oil. Yep. I did forget about the tunnel, didn't I? Ooh, drought approaching. Hello, hello, little drought. Talking about drought approaching, probably we should consider doing something about that, right? And maybe finishing this thing. So, let's demolish that. I think we're good. Then we can have a little sluice. And then we can have the levees. And the dam. Of course. And these are going to become high priority. That way, you know, we feed all the storage, all that. And so we're going to close above downstream depth of... Uh-oh. Aha. I might need more. Let me see. Why can't I go higher? Okay, so maybe I need them at this level actually? Oh, that's gonna be a big problem then. Right, let's do that. I suppose. And then the dams. Which probably means we're not going to finish this by the start of the drought, unfortunately. But oh well. And so these can be instructed to like close above downstream depth of 355. And yeah. So like these are okay, things went wrong, these are the ones that are normally regulating the depth. Actually, 360, 355 should be okay. And then that should mean that it's not flowing out there during draw. Basically. Yep. Uh-huh. I suppose the good news here is that they can build part of it from here. But yeah. They have finished the gravity storage. So at least there's that. What is stored down here? Planks. And I'm full on planks, I assume, yeah. That is what's going on. Yeah, look. Whole new reclaimed area with clean water now. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So I can have more pools if I want to. Or things like that. And it means that these protective walls are unnecessary now. Interestingly, it's not overflowing. I kinda would expect things to be flooding, but one dam seems to be enough. Even though barely. Okay, okay, we're not doing too bad actually. I'd say that's pretty good. In terms of building speed. I didn't expect that. It looks like we're even building faster than we're filling it. So, you know, I'm not mad about it. Because this should be closed right now. Yep. So most of the time these are gonna be closed, right? So yeah, we're finally building this dam. One more. Only 50 million left. How's the food doing? I think this is recovering. The kohlrabies are improving. We were at 50, we're at 180, so it is slightly better. Do we have any grease available? Yeah, we do have some grease available. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but we do have some available, so it's not a bad sign. We should probably have some grease available in this area. If only because we know the bots are going to be here. So they might as well have the opportunity to re-grease when they come here. So we can be like, hey, you obtain good. Okay. You. Ooh. Yep. This is being built. Too far, yeah. So this is going to need to be built first. It's kind of the issue. Well, that's fine. Honestly, that's a lot more water than we used to have, so it's never gonna be a bad to have more water available. Here we go. Come on. Clicking on the wrong thing. So drought coming in, that means... Well, we'll see. We will... I suppose we will power it as the need comes in. We have a lot of unemployed bots. What do I do with them? I think I add another logistics. Another bot powered logistics. Hey Kaz, welcome back. Right in time for the drought. How was dinner? Did you have fun? Celebrate your comeback, we explode stuff. I need to place more explosives here. Looks like there was a bit of an oversight here. And here. It was okay, you'd have had more fun if your brother wasn't there, but he paid. Oh, it was with your brother. I suppose he made up for it. Was the food good at least? Okay, so we need more power here, right? Yep. $2,800. Oh wait, isn't this connected? No, I disconnected it. Oops. But that's okay. That's why I had this here. I see, I see. How are the batteries doing? They are emptying, but not that fast. We are supplying more than half the demand, right? Yeah, I think that's all that should be. Well, let's see. So we're producing 24 hours a day, right? And we're consuming 16 hours a day. So we should um for the most part at least we should need like twice basically two-thirds of the demand. I don't know. It's okay because we'll see. If it gets too low, we can always start more. Right. The food was nice. Nice. He's still alive. You have that bad relations with your brother? That's sad. Siblings not getting along, I suppose, is a story as old as humanity, isn't it? Alright, so we're getting there here. It is, but it shows to be that way. Well, we don't choose our family, unfortunately. As much as we wish we would, we do not. No, not power shaft. I need tube ways. Vertical way. In case. And then I go above. I want one up here. To the moon. Yep. Basically, we're taking off. And that way we have an alternative access to this area when we take this out. I suppose we can take it completely out if we want. Do we want to, is the question. It is kinda cool to have this bridge thing. But I'm a bit sad that it's not centered. So I might rebuild it centered, you know? And obviously we need it higher, so that's another thing. You tried for years, but every time you text, instead of getting a reply, he would send it to your mom and she would give you the answer. Yeah. Communication, not easy, even when you try. We have communication issues in my family too. I think pretty much every family has this kind of issues, but it's hard to speak to each other sometimes. No, not like this. Let's try again. Yeah. And this one can just be high. Water level is getting kinda low here, and I do have these pumps. Let's pause them. I don't need them running right now. How are we doing on power? I think we're doing okay on power. We don't really need more right now. We're almost halfway through the drought. It's too warm, just put a fan on. Well, I did. Unfortunately, these beavers haven't invented the giant fan yet. We do have water wheels though. And showers and stuff like that. But you know, water wheels work less good when there's no water. Talking of water wheels, should I be shifting these? I might. Yeah. Oh, that's the main connection of power though. If I do that, I remove power from the whole top of the base. Which is kinda scary. Okay, what I can do is do preparations. We can start by blowing stuff up in preparation. Okay, great. Great, great, great. Ah, already ready. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do it, but we're going to have to be kind of fast. So I'm going to pause while I set things up. This needs to be blown up. It is a high priority. Kaboom. This. This gets removed. Over here we are going to have some dirt work. Like that. Maybe 5 long. I think that's fine like that. And then we do this. This is all high priority. Then power. Large water wheel right here. And that means we're going to have this one right here as soon as the deed is done on the other side. I'm also actually going to want to explode these. Okay. Good stuff. Let's go. So I'm really looking forward to that one being set up. That way we can set up other water wheel. And then that should reconnect stuff decent. Awesome idea. Okay, that's good. They're working on it. Detonate. Second large water wheel. High priority. Good. So once this is rebuilt, we are going to have... this is not buildable. How do I build it? Oh, wait. Right. We do need a power shaft here. Same high priority power shaft. Good. And then maybe we can have like platforms going there. Did we find cheese? We found grease and oil. We're still looking for the milk component, you know. We're not quite sure how to invent that yet. We've heard of something called cows, but we are not quite sure what it is. Might be some kind of mechanical component that we haven't figured out yet. But the calculators, the number crunchers are running full time on it. Do beavers eat cheese? I don't know. I do not know. That's a very good question. Okay, this has 1.3 days to finish. Let's go look at tunneling project. Making some progress. Let's say secondary priority, actually. This is maybe why they haven't found it. Possibly. Quite possible. I mean, I'm sure they do. They're mammalians, right? I'd be ready to bet any mammalian can technically digest cheese. Just because, as part of their biology, they eat dairy, right? They eat milk. So they're equipped to digest cheese, probably. Whether they like it or not is another story entirely, of course. But I'm pretty sure they could. Okay, so the power is going to once again. So the whole industrial area is powered again. Perfect. How about here? This is slowly being built. Good, good. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. I suspect the main reason why animals aren't making cheese is that they don't extract milk. So the milk they might consume within their life doesn't have an opportunity to go bad. If that makes sense. Mice and rats would have found it straight away. Yeah. Okay, we have one ruin done. One to go. Cheese is best milk. I mean, I agree. But technically it's milk that went bad. Okay, I think we're going to need more charging. Yeah, we definitely need more charging station. Okay. How do I do that? This would be okay. There's a place to put it. Charging station. Poof, poof. No more cheese for you! I am saying technically, not saying it's bad. But technically you have some bacteria or mold that mold actually that got to it first, right? Oh, this can go kaboom. So it's pre-digested milk. Slippers. Oh no, I'm being threatened. Chat, I'm in danger. The wood supply is solid. That's good news. That's great news. Means we're not straining the wood supply by having these engines on. So I think we leave them on. We're going to keep an eye on it, but we keep them on. I am going to increase the water production though. No threats, just chilling. I mean, by default, that's where they're at. That is their default position. That's how we designed the feature. If you remember. Aha. One more, one more. Let's go. We need what? 1, 2, 3 more. 3 more pairs. The Doran or Guppy might have taken them. Then Guppy's way too busy rioting. I'm pretty sure Doran is probably busy taking care of his own beavers. That's usually what he does when I'm streaming. He watches my beavers and his beavers. We have a few unemployed bots. What to do? What to do? We could start doing some food production that requires oil. Maybe we could ferment. What is that? Soybeans? Or eggplant? I'm pretty sure algae and mushrooms, yeah, are in the hydroponic garden, so right now it's not very... We haven't started, but yeah, soybeans or eggplants, I suppose. What requires the most oil? Eggplants require 1 oil per half hour, so 2 oil per hour. That's a lot of oil. And that's 1 oil every 3 hours. So I suppose soybeans is the first one we want to go for. Right, so let's start growing soybeans. And I suppose that means farms in here. Farmhouse. Let's see. Something like that. Sure. Sure. Boom, boom, boom. Probably something like that. And then we start planting soybeans. Maybe that kind of field. You are on harvesting first. And you're gonna be bots. And you're going to be bots as well. Oh. No, it's fine. They don't need to be in what? Okay, I had a bit of a scare for a moment. I need storage for it. Aha. Maybe I want to recess it. Or even over here. Yeah. I think I'm going to recess it here. Because I want to leave myself space to maybe build a path up. So let's build a storage over here, and here I'm leaving myself the space to build a way upward. So, soybeans. And of course you want path, that's only natural. Let's go. The current school has asked for you to be there again next week. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I suppose both. More tired, but also more work, right? At the very least, it means your work is appreciated. Okay, let's destroy this whole section. Because this is connected here, right? They can go around if they want to. If they need to. And now we can finally finish the dam. We can finish the damn thing. Okay, and so as I said, I think it would be better if this was shifted by one. Yeah, I wish they make it permanent. It's going on 90-minute travel each way and expensive to get to travel. It's £42 a week. Yeah, that is an issue. An hour and a half each way is not great. I generally try to leave like 30 minutes away from work. Something like that. I find that what works best for me. How did I do? I think that might be one too high. But I also need it to be too higher than it was. So... Oh, also that one too far to the right, isn't it? Yes, because I need to be above this path. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. I'm going to pause real quick. Just so we may appreciate this. How is it going? Yep, that's the correct height. Good. You know what? Let's do this. I could have... No, that's fine. That's absolutely... This could go one further, you know? Wouldn't hurt. It's going to need to be a 5 long. Okay, like that. Perfect. Then we come over here like this. Oh, you know what? You can be longer than that. You don't have to stop at 3 because you're above the height of the damn thing. Perfect. Next. Next, I suppose, is a lot of kaboom. Poof, poof. Poof, poof. Because we like kabooms, of course. For the love of kaboom. Alright. I might... Yeah. You're going kaboom. You're going the way of the kaboom. Let's see. That sounds correct. Yes. Then I need a 1. Nope, I said 5 long. Yeah, yeah. Love it. And then... Oof, oof. Look at that. Brand new bridge. Ooh, I missed a bunch of chat. You have the option of a school closer to home from September, but you're waiting to hear if they would want you. You leave the house around 6:50, you are at the school at 8:20. School finishes 3:40, you're home at 5. Yeah. That's a lot of traveling. Are we doing blueprints on Sunday? Yes. So thank you, Infinity. I'll be gone hiking on the weekend, so I need to be gone basically Friday evening from this place because I will be leaving Sunday morning fairly early. Saturday morning, sorry. To be hiking both Saturday and Sunday, basically. So I'm abandoning you. How could you? I am not. I am not abandoning you, but it's true that at the moment, well, basically what's happening is I have my sister who lives abroad. And so right now is school vacation, so it's basically the time where I can, like she and her kids, can come to France. So, um, it's why the schedule is slightly more hectic than usual, because I have to plan around that. I'm not abandoning you though. What will happen is I'm planning to stream today, tomorrow, and Friday. Though Friday will be an early stream because I need to be gone in the evening, so I can't stream until 2 a.m. like I would usually do. So it's going to be a more like midday to late afternoon stream. How early? I don't know exactly what I can achieve, you know. But the plan would probably be to start, let's see. If I want to do a 6 to 8 hour stream, I'd probably start around noon my time, which would be probably 11 your time, I suppose. That's what I'm aspiring to do, at least. And so we're going to try to do a relatively earlier stream than usual tomorrow. But so what will happen, I think, is that instead of doing blueprints on Friday, I'm going to do blueprints tomorrow because tomorrow I don't have a schedule issue, right? And that means that on Friday, if it's a bit shorter, the coding stream will be a bit shorter, and that's fine, right? So that's kind of what I plan to do. That's kind of what I have in mind. If that makes sense to you guys. I'm going to post a message in announcement after the stream. Do remind me if I forget. Don't hesitate to remind me if I forget. I might. Yeah, I'm making things up as I go here. to be honest, I didn't have a fully formulated plan even before stream because, well, I know since yesterday, basically, that I'm, or like 2 days ago, well, not long ago, that I'm going to do that. And I wasn't home for a while either, so lots of stuff in flux, basically, is what's happening. Ooh, I completely forgot about this tunnel. Let's go. How are we doing? How's the grease doing? The grease is doing fine. That's rather good. It means we are keeping up with the supplies for one bot factory. Which also means that the bots should be decently happy right now. They should be at 1, yeah. They're all at 1. Nice. Because the grease gives them a bonus. And so they are all at 110%. Come on. Here we go. 110% productivity. Well, plus 110. So 210% productivity. And 160% speed. Why is this blinking on and off? Is it because I'm following it or something? Hello? Ah. Oh, come on. Well, doesn't matter. You had fallen asleep until when you said hi earlier. You also need to hop off. Yeah, have a great night, Infinity. Maybe you can be back before 3 months. Oh, so not night then. But yeah. Enjoy. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we have this whole new area that's ours in terms of water. Good, good. We have rebuilt this bridge. We are rebuilding this bridge to go above the center here. Before that. I might even... Yeah. I might even do that here. Probably better. We can have a path below, basically. We can have tubeway that goes above. And this is gonna move with fine. Great. Also, did I say hi, Cody? I think I didn't. Hi, Cody. And yeah, thank you for giving a shout out to Infinity. Are you... is Infinity on my shout out list? I don't know. I might need to add Infinity to it. You felt very ignored. Oh, I'm sorry, Cody. Yeah, Infinity is streaming on a regular basis. No? Check. No, past broadcast. But I don't know. I need to ask Infinity about whether or not Infinity is streaming regularly. No, not at the moment. Okay, find it better without shoutouts. You haven't been able to stream for a year. Probably have to wait for new hardware. Okay, that's fine. Tell me when you stream, if you stream, and I can give you a shoutout. Until then, that's absolutely fine. No problem. You know, same as we did with Google, isn't able to stream at the moment. She's on a hiatus, so I took her off the list. That doesn't mean she can't go back on the list, of course. Whenever she goes back to streaming, she'll go back on the list. Okay, so that works. Oof. And yeah, thank you, Infinity. You know, worries, but it was just, to know if I hadn't made a mistake by not adding Infinity. Generally, the people of the community who I know I have seen streaming, I try to look have been they streaming recently, and if it seems to be something regular, then I add them in the list. Otherwise I don't, because, well, I think it kind of works better that way, but it doesn't hurt to ask. Let's see. Makes modding easier, yeah. Yeah, I'm enjoying having this list. It means I need to maintain the list, of course, and to make sure I keep it up to date, but it's not too hard to do. I don't have very often changes to make to it, and well, you guys aren't always here, which is perfectly understandable too, and it means I don't have to do much. I don't have to remember, oh wait, I need to do the shoutout. I don't have to change window, which sometimes would cut the music and all that stuff. So it's generally helpful for everybody involved, I feel. Although I do get like an argument that's been made is it's less personal if it's automatic, which I guess I could see. But yeah. Hmm. I'm thinking about removing that and replacing it with a fermenter here. I think first of all we would have a large warehouse here for the soybeans and another one for the fermented soybeans. And then I can remove this. Yeah. I can remove this and have two fermenters here. Right. And really, I don't need this power shaft, given that they're touching anyway, right? They're still connected. And then that means we can have the path go straight here. Okay, and you're going to be high priority because you're the critical component. And you're going to work on fermented soybean. Thankfully, it's only these two that get disconnected. It's not, it's still maintained. Yeah, I mean, objectively, like, I'm making the conscious decision of adding people to the list. So it's not any less personal. It's just more automatic. But I could see how it could feel less personal. That it's automated. Even though objectively it's not. I might automate this one. Oh, actually... I might actually start going for metal... for opening the mine and you know, botting the mine. Sure. 10 every 4.5 hours. Yeah, I think that's going to be like a lot of scrap metal. I'm still greeting people, yeah, exactly. I don't think... I don't think it objectively makes a difference. So I do like this system. Here we go, almost there, finally. 10 hours later. I could even have a tube ray up there. That would be... Should I do that? Could be very fun. yeah. You know what? Yes, absolutely. I am going to do that. So I'm lost in the menu. If we do this, right? And then something like this. Oh, that doesn't work. It would need to be one higher. Wait. Pause that. I don't want this to be actually built until I have designed. It is going to force a 3 gap. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I think that's okay. Probably. So we can probably have like a vertical one here. Yeah, no, that's okay because I have stuff at every level anyway, right? Yeah, that makes no difference that it's 3 high. It's not like the other ones where it's like, oh, it goes every 2 floors. So having a floor 3 high kind of messed things up. No, it doesn't. It's just perfectly normal building. Well, normal. As much as this building is normal. I mean, am I streaming into the early hours? I don't know. What does that mean? Please refine this question. Poof, 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 poof. Like 2 a.m.? Probably, yeah. Back for now, your friend was already overstrained. Oh, welcome back, Infinite. Yeah, I think I'm probably streaming. I don't know. Maybe not 2 a.m. We'll see. How I feel. So far, I'm okay in terms of temperature. I'm more used to the hellish temperatures we have. Cody bedtime. Have a great night, Cody. Thank you for being here. And thanks for being awesome. That probably means I can have another charging station right here, or several even. That would make good use of this space. And I might try to place like a transmission tower or something. Wait, where are they? Right here. These require 50 horsepower. I wonder if they also take 50 horsepower if they're not working. It does look like it. It does look like they use a constant supply of power. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, let's try building a tower. A control tower. This covers a decently big area. Oh, interesting. It consumes cyan? Does it need power? It might not need power. Wait, 3 science transformed into an hour? I'm not sure what that means. Hmm? Let's place it here. Or maybe it produces science? How is it indicated here? No, 1 hour produces 10 science. So I suppose it means it consumes science? I'm curious here. That would be an interesting mechanic. Because it means the science doesn't become obsolete. I was telling myself earlier that, you know, they have these number crunchers which tile, which could make a fun pattern if you had to extend this pattern, but it looks like at some point, like very early on, you end up having way too much science anyway. So I never went past 2, I wanted to have like a third one here and maybe more over here, etc. I even left space for it, right? So if they introduce things that boost the efficiency of your colony by consuming science, it means now you have a reason to have more number crunchers in the long term. And that would be an interesting design thing. To not make science irrelevant at some point. Basic. Because for the folk tales, I feel like science quickly becomes irrelevant. It's the same reason Factorio ended up introducing infinite science research, right? Infinite researches. It's because science at some point in the game, like producing more science, which is the main reason why you build your factory, was becoming irrelevant. Here it's more focused on survival, so it's not as much of a problem because it's not a whole supply line that becomes irrelevant, it's a few buildings. But still, it's pretty cool if they have something that makes it so you have a use for these buildings in the late game. rather than just being like, eh. It can run, it's fine, it gives my beavers something to do, I suppose. Metal blocks needed here, makes sense. Oh wait, what are we doing down here? Oh, exciting! We're finally finishing the line. End of the line, folks, end of the line. Let's wait here. I want to see the first beavers coming through. Look at that. All the builders coming on each side to bridge the gap. Ooh, they built the power shaft before they finished the tubeway. Lazy beavers. This was the first priority. There we go. And here we go, we have beavers passing through. Whee! Nice. Wait, where is it emerging? Oh, right here. Yeah, look at that. Whee! I love that. I wanna see what happens at the end of the day. Let's keep looking at it for a few hours. I wonder if they all go back from work using that one, you know? It could be, it could be. Although they might go from the top because it goes more directly to the habitation area, maybe? I'm not quite sure what's gonna happen here. So I wanna have a look. Let's see. Does it become deserted? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no, it's becoming deserted. They're just finishing their shift. Probably more gonna be a way to go through for bots, if anything. Because bots do have a few reasons to come here. Is the tower built? Not yet. Okay, but that means we can now have the power shaft going along. And that means we can have charging stations over here. How do I build that? I suppose I'm going to have like something like that. And I'm not going to build a power shaft all the way. Just a few of them. And then we can have, like, I don't know, 2 charging stations? Maybe? For now. It's mostly builders and logistics right now, so it's not that bad. I'm kind of thinking we should have a station, a tube station right here too. Yeah. If only for the logistics. Alright. So this is nice. I'm thinking maybe we have more water wheels inside. Could we could, right? We could like dig up this whole thing. We would probably have to place dirt on the side to maintain the tunnel, but that would be fine. Doable. And we could eventually even have this whole thing underground, which would be admittedly pretty cool. Hmm. That is an interesting idea. So this could happen. Oh, this could happen, but it would fail. Oh wait. No, no, no. Don't build the dirt thing right now. Thank you. Okay, let's try that again. Right, so this doesn't work. This is the closest you can get. Right. But you can only reach out 3. So you cannot reach out to the middle here. You could have both sides to it. That would be doable. Or well, that would work, right? If I want a plateau, I can have a plateau like that. And even if I want something like that instead, let's see. That's supported, and that's a bit too far, but that's fine. Yeah, I actually think that's okay. Um, I won't probably come from that side to build that one. That is fine. Then probably want to do things like that. this platform should probably be dirt. Because I'm going to want to build a path here. And then a platform on top. Oh wait, no. My bad. I got shifted by a floor level. That's fine. This might get dug up then. Yep. So it's a reverse, right? These get explosives because I want the path to go below. I want a path to go below, which means I'm going to remove temporarily this one at some point, and that's fine. That's 100%. And then I'm going to have a power shaft that comes right through. Yeah, no, that can be fun. These are gonna be hard to access. We'll see. I might need to build some scaffolding on this side to be able to access the top part. It's not my priority. I think we need to rework the shaft structure before we do any of that. If that makes sense. We have a ton of scrap metal now, so that's good. We might want to slow that down. I don't want to be consuming all my planks and elixir. And also, I still want to be producing scrap metal from, you know. Which means I have tons of bots available, I suppose. Either I put them on building jobs or I put them on materials jobs. It does seem like the smelters are not enough. So let's increase the smelting type. You only have 2 smelters, I suppose? It does look like it. Okay. Fair enough. I might need to make a new one. You know, I could even like have a little dirt block like here. That would be kind of fun. Yeah. Let's do that. And then I could have like a line of dirt blocks here. I don't know if I can reach them. Probably not. It's fine. We'll find a way. Maybe. Which comes down to the question, because initially we were doing that to plan the tunnel, right? That we need to build. Something like that. It does mean, yeah, we need to have like the path and then this. Right. Oh, yes, and that's what we were talking about. We might need to have support on the side here. Yeah. So let's have this here instead. And then we can have dirt blocks right here. So we can start building the external wall of the tunnel. Nice. How is it going here? This is such a mess. I love it. Okay, we're going to have to remove this wheel temporarily because we need an explosive here. High priority explosive, of course. I mean, all explosives are realistically high priority explosives, but this one is slightly more. You know, as you do. Kaboom. Perfect. And then we can replace the wheel. And then we can do some of that. And start making more nonsense. Oh. Wait a minute. Talking about nonsense. These make no sense. Hang on. um... Can only connect straight out of the water wheel. So these connect to nothing. These are purely nonsensical. How did I not notice that earlier? Problem. That's a problem. Okay. And so if we build a power shaft in the wall like that, okay, yeah, that could actually work. That could actually work. So it just means that this power shaft is placed well, but this is okay. So this is probably going to all need to go down. well. Maybe not unfair. Actually. Hmm. Or humming and knowing. We might actually just dig that back. Yes. Which does mean, however, that this whole line I know won't be done. Like, that can be the extent of it. It doesn't have to be higher, but it should probably be this high. Okay. I suppose that works. Alright. We're going to have to mess around with the walkway at some point too. That's okay. How is this going? Good, pretty good. Did we finish the tower? Yes, we did. Yes, so we do use science point. Interesting. So one of these supplies three towers. Okay. Fun. Well, technically a bit more than 3 towers, you know. I'd like to go a bit further than that. Can I be slightly more efficient? I'd like to cover, like, at least until there. Maybe with the scaffolding on top of here. A platform right here. And then I suppose I can have the science tower on top of it. Technically it would need to be there if I want to cover the whole thing. I suppose I can, it's not like I'm doing much with it. With this plot. So let's do that. Please give me that. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, I like that. Very much do. We're going to have to allow them to build these. How do I do that? I suppose they only need to be able to access these stuff. Well, technically I could build one more, but no, I couldn't. Uh, I suppose it's going to take a bit of fiddling around. Or I just give them access to this shaft after they dug it. Yes. Like if they can walk in here, they can access everything. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Okay, this is working well. This is progressing. How is the food progressing? I haven't looked at it in a long while. Cassavas are good. We are producing... Well, we're not actually producing enough of the soybeans, it looks like. Like it's watered and healthy, but it's absent, more importantly. So let's produce more soybean. So I'm almost doubling the production of soybeans, which should mean that in theory, like yeah, fermented soybeans, I'm covering like more than 2/3 of the production of fermented soybeans. So assuming the fermenter can keep up, we should be fine. We're going to need more oil for the eggplant though. A lot more oil, which probably means more canola, although the canola seeds are doing fine. So maybe just more oil press? We'll see. Maybe we can have a small industry over here. That could be fun. Or over here. You have a lot of traffic over here. It's not that far from the central storage. We could. I'm thinking... Let's see here. If I say, hey, let's build a tube way, I don't know, this way. So it lines up like this. I could always rebuild this whole thing to line up. Well, maybe I should have inverted them downstairs, which I suppose I could always do. But yeah, I could rebuild this to line up with that, you know, like that. Maybe build it one higher. So that we end up at the same height as this. Oops. Doesn't help if I can't place things lined up. Something like yeah, but then it doesn't need to be 6 long, does it? This can just be a 2 long platform. Honestly, no need for more. And then down there, we can reconnect the same station over here, even though it doesn't really play a role anymore. But that's totally fine. And we can have a little platform way. That just takes us this way, you know? So we can have path below. And of course, we have another platform on top, and we can have power above. Big power shaft. This will go, because if anything, that's going to be a vertical one. If it ever is. Anything remotely particular. And this is probably gonna go and have to be rebuilt if I... Well, I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. Uh, Probably a vertical power right here. Could see that happening. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't hate it. That's buildable, right? Yes, it is. We do have a bad tide approach. That's fine. How is you doing? Next we're also going to want to start doing irrigation project in this area. I think. I do like the fact that this whole thing is proper hydrated now. Nice. Okay, this is getting built. This is getting built. Yes. I'm going probably to need like stairs right here so that they can access these blocks. Otherwise, they're not going to be buildable. I think. We'll see when this comes in. So this is far. What are you complaining about? Broken teeth. Oh, but you were at the teeth grindstone. Okay, that's fine. I was like, do I need more grindstones? No, I do not. As it turns out, I do not. I have a bunch of bot jobs available. Ooh, that I started. Yay. Yeah, so that's too far. Oh, actually, they think that's buildable. Yeah, because they can access this one from here. I forgot. So they can drop materials from the tip. Are we okay here? That's the one I want to check. Yes, more than okay. Perfect. Ooh, hey. We have a bunch of bots now that should be having a lot of fun. Being commanded by the towers. Although we have a lot of bots in construction. So, you know. You're farming? What are you doing? Carries nothing? Oh, unemployed bot. I see. I could do like some gathering with bots, I suppose. Or some more pumping with bots. Water is coming down a little bit. So I suppose I could have some water being pumped 24/7. It would make sense. Um, Useful. Maybe I convert one of the holding posts. Oh, medium low. Maybe I convert one of the holding posts to bots. Get more efficiency out of them. Or I do industry jobs with bots. I do need more metal blocks. Gears maybe? I could bot gears. Yeah, let's bot gears. Sure. Which then means I have some unemployed beavers, but I can get those into hauling. What are we doing here? This is dugout, that's good. I do need to give access. Oh, it's gonna be messy. That's gonna be a messy situation. What's above this? But I might want to consider blowing up this column. It's fine, I have the... I have the stuff I need to go around it anyway. Right. It's not like I'm leaving them with no option to move around. Yeah, kaboom, exactly. Who doesn't enjoy a good kaboom, right? Certainly not my beavers. They know the value of a good kaboom. The value of a good kaboom is 1 dynamite and 2 elixir. Well, 2 extra. And a little bit of elbow grease. Or butt grease. Which is elbow grease anyway, so, you know. Either beaver elbow grease or butt beaver elbow grease. Doesn't really matter. So... This is gonna need platform. Same as this, I believe. Yep. Hey, Papaya no Sans! It's Newt News! Oh, hey, how are you doing? Welcome back! I see you changed your names. Your names. Like you had several names. Sure, I can talk. How are you doing? Hydrate, thank you very much. Actually, I might have some coffee here. Yeah, I do have some coffee. I was about to drink some water like a noob. How's it going, Newt News? You just changed because why not? I mean, yeah, why not? If you're not attached to the pseudonym, no reason not to. I don't know how the bot handles name changes. That's a good question. It should be able to track it because technically it should be the same user ID, but I don't know if it stores the name or the user ID. That's a good question. just popped in to let me know. I appreciate it. How is your Wednesday going? Or I suppose it depends where you are. It might not be Wednesday anymore. Okay, I think we need more gears production, which might make sense based on the fact that we're using the gears for bots, right? I'm thinking maybe we start a second line over here. Might be the play here. After all, we are building a whole new platform. We're terraforming. How would I do that? Yeah, sure. Because why not? Why the hell not? And then in the future we're going to connect over and we're probably going to have like a tube-ray station above here. That sounds like a lot of fun. And that way we can pop across in tube-ray, right? Yeah, I do like this idea. I'm making a huge mess, but it's my mess and it's fun. It's a fun mess. To do. Too far from a district. Are you? Oh. Wait, no, you shouldn't be too far from a district. Do I need to dig back what's above? I suspect I might need to dig back what's above. Alright, let's make more kabooms. Oh, well that's gonna be a problem then. We'll see, we'll see. We'll deal with it when it comes to it. No, but seriously, why? There's nothing below, sure, but I would expect that I could build from below, couldn't I? Curious. Oh, or maybe it's because it's unsupported. That might be, actually. What's going on? Let's see. Are you okay now? No you're not, but you're making progress, I think. Let's try again. Pixel hunting. Yep, I think that's it. I think if we support it from below, then it can work. Let's see. Too far from a district again. Ah! Why? Why are you like that? Can I access it here? Yes, I can. This is a huge mess. I love it. I hate it and I love it at the same time. There we go. But no, this can't be built. Yeah. That makes sense. Because you're not... You're on the wrong side of the thingy, no. Right? Ah. Well, that's fine. Possibly from the stairs I might be able to build it anyway. Just because. This whole thing is entirely unnecessary, by the way. Entirely superfluous. But... I wanted to... It's basically what it boils down to. I wanted to do it, so we're doing it. Alright, let's... Oh yeah, we have access to it from the stairs. Would you look at that? Alright. And this might be okay, I think. No, I think this is going to be a problem too. That's okay, because we do need to dig that one. Yep. Let's start with 3. Just because I don't want the whole thing to collapse. Okay, so now let's see. So this is built. The 3 first water wheels are built. So this can come down. One, two, three. Okay. This needs to be big. So these are removed, but I do need to remove these ones to be able to build the stairs in a way that's accessible. And so this should basically be the last time where it's really a problem, right? Because the rest of the way we need to dig anyway. And ideally we'd probably like to dig from the top to the bottom instead of doing whatever we're doing right now, but you know, it's okay. Okay. So next, I think we remove this path. I'm probably just going to do something like that temporarily. Yeah. Let's go. I'm considering here maybe having something. But this needs to be put. Yeah. Oh, we had a bad tide. Yeah, that's right. I kinda forgot, to be honest. Is everything okay? I mean, this got dehydrated a little bit, but that's not unexpected. We're consuming a lot of water height in this one. And barely any in here. I suppose it's because we're doing a lot of agriculture. It's to be expected. Yeah, I think we're fine. I think we're basically fine. Great news. Okay. Let's dig a bit more. A big more. Yes. Yes, Celestor. A bit more. Perfect. Alright, over here. So what's going to happen? I think what's gonna happen here is gonna be that this gets one more platform. I'm going to have a hole in the wall here that's platformed to be able to access to the dam and through the wall, basically. In the future, it might come more. We'll see. And so these platforms here get gone. Something like that. And then once I have that, I can build up. Alright. That should be fine. And then, yes, I will build this a little bit. And basically we build up the terrain slice by slice here. We rebuild the whole tunnel slice by slice. Right. Do I... I think I might just build stairs back down here. And let this get built, right? This whole thing. There's about a 90% chance that a beaver will get trapped right in there, by the way. Oh, they were clever. They built the stairs first. Clap, clap. Applaud the beavers. We're going to need to see what we do with this little thing. We might leave it in, honestly. I'm not quite sure. We'll see. We will see. I'm going to take a quick break. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Looks like there was an awkward silence just before I came back. I'm sorry about that. The music stopped, apparently. Hey, thank you, Flame. I hope you all had a great break. Let's go back to the game. Took the opportunity to do some, like, high-powered ventilation. Put the thing into plane taking off mode. Ooh. Looks like we have a top floor completed. That's great, because now this means we can actually start building from the top. You know? I should probably also complete like this. Yeah. I think that's fine to be added on to. We can always build the wall afterward here. Basically, once we start having complete walls and a complete section of the ceiling, we can start actually building the ceiling, which is exciting. Nice. And that probably means we're going to actually go all the way through. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm starting to have a surplus of soybeans and of fermented soybeans. That's exciting as well. Nice. Nice. Love it. I love that. This is rebuilt. Also exciting. So this can go. I think this whole side should go. There's really no reason to keep it. This can be removed, and so that does mean we need to have the vertical tubeway here. Alright. We can access this, but there's no way to access up there, so I'm going to just have wooden stairs right here, just in case we want to get the materials back. You know, there's a lot of good metal, I bet, in here. Yeah, metal blocks, a few logs, a few planks. But that streamlines a lot of that. Love it. I'm really thinking about inverting these two, honestly, before I start building more. I think we are. It's gonna disconnect these charging stations for a while. But that's the only thing that's affected right now. So I might as well do it while this is the only things that are affected. Yeah. Yep. Decided. Even though it sucks that I built it the wrong way, it's okay. So, we're just going to demolish for now the power shafts. And put back in tubeways instead. Hey Jerry Mondu, how are you doing? Welcome in. Hey baby. Hey. Hey baby, yourself. Okay, so that goes in. Happy Wednesday, Jerry Mondu. Or Thursday, maybe? Possibly? Probably? More than likely. All the things in E. Hello? What's going on here? Oh, it's just... It's not very low. I see. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, we're going to want to continue here. So that means we're just digging, I think, 2 tunnels? Yes. I believe that's it. Yep. And then we're going to want the tubeway to go straight and go straight down there. Right. This goes here. And then over there we have like power shafts, a city power shaft central. Actually, we might have a vertical power shaft right here that leads to the science. Yes. Actually, yes. High priority. And then one on top, which is just gonna be no my priority because I don't care right now. And then the final two. Okay. Okay, how are we doing on the terraforming project? Not bad, not bad. I think we're possibly making progress. We might be out of dirt actually. Yeah, I think that's what's happening here. I think we're out of dirt. We should employ all beavers we can. 24/7, that means bots. 4 bots on the case. 6 dirt every 2 hours. Let's go. Ooh, yeah. One thing I'm sad about is, you know, we have the tail designer and we can't put designs on the bot states. It would be nice to be able to put design on the bot tails. We are overproducing right now, so we are fine. I think even during the day. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Very good indeed. Let's go. This is ready to go kaboom. How about the tunnel? The tunnel is good for the most part. So we can get the materials back. Aha. Well, that's awkward. Fuck. What do I do for them? Can I somehow force them out by building on top of them? Probably not. I'm gonna have to kill them. They're gonna have to starve there. I don't think I can save them, can I? Wait a minute. Okay, let's cancel these. We'll try to save them. I'm not confident we will, but we'll try. First things first, we want to re-establish a pathway that doesn't use this. Secondly, you get out of here, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thirdly, the heck do I do now? The what? What do you mean, you stupid beavers? Hey, Worm, welcome in. How are you doing? Hello, everybody. How are you doing, cuties? Thank you for the raid, Worm. How was CK3? How did it go? Did you have a good stream? You're coming at a very awkward time. So, drop there, raid. Oh, that's cute. Drop there. So, let me explain. We were working on this tunnel. This is an underground tubeway, basically a tube, right? To transport beavers. And initially we had the tubeway go on this line and we decided to shift it over there. But when we removed the tubeway that was over there, we got a bunch of stranded beavers. And of course you come in and right afterwards an ad starts. I apologize, anybody who's in the ads. Unfortunately, statistically, it happens 100% of the time. No, not 100%, but yeah. Right, so now we have stuck beavers over there and we are quite puzzled. Thankfully, it's not too far down on this side. So I'm hoping that maybe... Let's see. So first of all, these ones should be able to go away, I think. Yes. Okay. These ones are able to recover. That's good. Can I build a little dirt block here? Yes, I can. High priority dirt block. Then that means I should be able to dig this up by explosive. Which is also a high priority. Alright, so let's unstuck our beavers. Okay, detonate. Thank you. And I think then we can just build 2 flights of stairs And that should give our beavers access to the tunnel, yes. And thankfully the water doesn't flow through this core. Alright. Emergency handled, I think. Yeah, so, welcome in everybody. Sorry it was, you came in at a very awkward time. And before presenting myself, I should wait for the ads to finish, shouldn't I? That would be the smart thing to do. What was your stream, Worm? How did it go? What did you do in CK3? And more importantly, did you have fun? Most important. Here we go. The ads are finished. I apologize for anyone who was stuck in the ads. It happens. It went well. The Dutch are taking over southern England. Ooh, nice, nice. Dutch power run, I see. Let's remove that. Yeah, so welcome in everybody. If you don't know me, I am Alistair. And I play a bunch of automation games and this kind of things and puzzle games. Right now we are playing Timberborn, which is a city builder where we're building a city for cute beavers. Look at them. Yeah, they have the channel logo tattooed on their tails, a lot of them. Because I had fun with it. We also have robo beavers that we are making at the moment. Look at that, he has a cute hat. He's rewinding itself to at the charging station. Yeah, right now we are playing Timberborn and Blueprints, which is a puzzle game. More pure puzzle than logistics like this kind of game. And yeah, that's basically it, isn't it? You are planning to take over Norway next time. Oh. I should play CK3 one day. It's... I suppose it's on the list of games I need to play one day. Sometime, TM. Alright, so we're going to have a power shaft, so we're producing... I'm sorry, I choked myself on a grain of coffee here. We're producing energy using water wheels. We are currently building a tunnel around the water wheels. The idea here is to have a power production shaft that goes all the way through here probably, and keep this contaminated water away mostly from our land, so we're going to cut it off here. You enjoying for sure, though you acknowledge it's not for everyone. Yes, most games are. People have different games they enjoy, types of games they enjoy. But it feels like it's the kind of games I should try to play because I might enjoy it. It's a bit intimidating to me. I have to admit. Yeah, so we are building a power shaft over there. If I show you underground, We started digging a whole tunnel. Right now we have it stopping here where the water has been diverted. You see we put a little diversion right here just to guide it through the tunnel right here. But eventually it's going to go all the way through. The first 100 hours is the tutorial, yeah. And these water wheels are connecting to power shafts, mechanical power shafts right here. And we have engines that are burning wood and are producing power as well as another source of power that works even during a drought. So what we are doing here in this tunnel that you just saw, where is it? Level 4, I believe. Yes, 4. Is we have the tube ray right here, which is good and well, but we also want to have power going through. Unfortunately, when I placed them initially, I kind of reversed the order I should have them in. So let's see. We have power shaft coming up here. And we can do a bit of terraforming, so let's place back a bit of dirt here, and then we are going to explore this bit of dirt because it's right at the exit of the water wheel, and I don't want the water to be diverted too early here, because it might slow down the water wheel. You have to raid and run. Yeah, no worries. I do realize you need to take care of yourself after the stream, so thank you very much once again for bringing your people with me. I can't talk anymore, apparently. And yeah, have a great time. Well, thank you very much for coming by and saying hi and sharing the love with us. There we go, we can detonate that. Kaboom. Breeding you people. Yeah, thank you for breeding you people with us. I mean, what? Mm-hmm. Totally what I meant to say. I mean, you were playing CK3 after all. Weren't you? No, we are not going to do that actually. I'm going to have the power shaft right here. Right here. Yep, that's better. Yeah, take care too. Okay, that's gonna be a bit awkward. I think I might cut the way because I want to shift this down. Well, shift, like rework this little thing. Yeah. So, we're doing a lot of rework today, which is absolutely fine. Yeah, so we need to cut this here so we can have a little platform here and here, and then we place this back, and this can be just a power shaft. So we have power shaft tube ray going on top of each other, and so when we go vertically, obviously it's a bit awkward, but that's okay. And so the great thing with this power shaft is you see the light here is a beaver. The beavers can come in and build from the tube ray. So it helps a lot to build. Like you see, oh, he just built these two. Or maybe there were two of them. And we're reconnected now. So we should have power over there now. Yes, we do. And we have two charging stations for the boats over here. That's all we have right now, but we're gonna have more things later. Okay, great. Great, great, great. That means, I think in theory, we should be able... Yeah, we will be able to do that. So we should be able to like take this and start going kaboom here. And basically dig all the way down. And actually these two. And on these two tiles, it's right above the tunnel, right? So we should be able to dig all the way to the tunnel and bring both the tubeway connection that loops back up, which might provide like faster access down there from the residential area. And also, more importantly, it's going to bring power up here. And that's going to be invaluable because we can have a little industrial area on top of this plateau. Let's go kaboom! Nice. And more. I don't know how much more we need to go, but we'll see, I suppose. We might explode things zero. I don't know what happens if you go kaboom through a tubeway or a power shaft. So let's see. So two things I might want to do is irrigation. How would I do that? I might build an irrigation tunnel below here. So maybe we have explosives right here. And that can be the start of the irrigation canal that's going to feed like this whole plateau and probably this whole plateau as well. And even possibly this. We'll see. So we're going to go digging here. Alright, this is built. Still no tubeway. Still no tunnel. How deep do you go? You go to 9. I suppose 8 technically. I think we can go... We need to go 4 more, I wouldn't really want to go too low, if that makes sense. This might actually connect, we'll have to see, or it might be one too short. I'm not exactly sure. Let's detonate these. Alright. And we go tunneling straight through for a few... how much do we need to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22? 22, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can go 10 more, and then 2. So that should be the extent of the shaft here. And so I'm what, too short, I think, here? So I can go like 2 either way. Possibly 3. I think we can afford the 3. Yeah. We're not digging through 2 here is the important part. Is that still okay? I think that's okay. We're going to take a little bit of margin. Yeah. And then we go back. And we probably do something like that. So we have the line here, okay. That's useful, because we see that the same line right here. And at the most we go 1, 2, 3 away. So like here we're 3 away. Oop. I lost height. 1, 2, 3. So this should be the line. If we go like 1, 2, I expect this to be a good compromise. Did we dig anything out? We did not. That's good. Oh, and actually, that's pretty much when we want to start going up. Alright. But we do have a 3 space, so we might as well use it. Oop. And irrigate, right? Oh my god. All the misclicks. All of them. Yeah. Actually, is that a bit short? Probably. Yeah, that's a bit short. So let's have another 3 space here. And then probably we go up. Let's see. Yeah, then we go up. Ah. Okay. Well, let's start with that, shall we? So, we are going to need wooden stairs and a platform to build a path that goes on there. We need to be careful not overdo it, because the more we irrigate, the more water we consume, right? But this is also farmland, so we want to be able to farm this. My next plan here is probably to do aubergine. The problem is aubergines. Here is this recipe, and we consume 2 oil per hour, right? To make aubergine. And an oil press makes basically an oil per hour and per canola. So we're going to need like 2 oil press, a lot more canola, plus growing aubergines. We're going to need a lot of agriculture and industry, agricultural industry, I suppose, or food industry, to make this work. So yeah, that's basically what I'm preparing for here with this irrigation project. If that makes sense. And so I think here we are going to have some industry over here. That would be a nice place to have industry. We are very close by to the living quarters, to the main bot quarters, you know, uh, relatively close to the main storage and the rest of the industry. And it's high. And being high is always kind of an issue for irrigation. We can probably go around it, but it might be difficult. Okay, let's go down by 1 here, because I think that's gonna be... We'll see. Might be. So this is the tower where the bots are produced, and also dirt. So we are digging dirt here, we are producing bots over here. We have all the bot production right here, so that's why I'm saying like it's main bots living quarters. We have a lot of charging spots. We have a lot of stuff, facilities for bots over here. That makes sense. We also have all the power production right here. And this is the habitation quarters for the... Canola is doing fine right now, even though we don't have much canola. Agriculture, like this is our canola... no, this is our canola field, right? Which produces like 3 canola every 9 days per plant. I don't know how much we have, but we might have like 100, maybe 150. Something like that. So if we divide by 10, or I suppose if it's 1 every 3 days, so we divide by 3, like 50 per day we produce, I think. And 1 oil press consumes 1 per hour. So we basically, well, a little less than 1 per hour, but so basically we have enough to run 2 to 3 oil presses, I think. So yeah, we might have enough to make eggplants work, possibly. I'm not doing exact math with Timberborn, not like in Factorio. In Factorio, I try to calculate all the ratios. I think it's less important in Timberborn. Not that it's super important in Factorio. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong, and it doesn't really matter as long as you're producing enough. But I prefer to get it right in Factorio. It doesn't matter as much to me in Timberborn, I suppose. Okay, so I think here we can just quickly replace these two. Thank God there wasn't a beaver trapped in there again. That would have been... I think I'd have let this beaver die, honestly. Like a beaver trapped in a 1x1 hole, it's like, what the hell do you want me to do for you, dude? You're on your own, I'm sorry. Died of their own stupidity, you know. Okay, so we can reconnect here. What the hell is this doing here? And now we have a power shaft over here. Well, as soon as they build it, of course. But that's no problem. They can access it from here. They can access it from the bottom. They have plenty of options. Look, they have already restored the path here. That's good. And so I think we might be doing like the oil stuff over here. Possibly. Right, we need to continue this project. So we can build a ceiling over here. That works. And over here I think we can just continue building the wall and then immediately get to the ceiling, right? Nothing wrong with that. We can access this from the top. I might want to seal this wall. And that's basically it, right? Let me see. Right. Yeah, so what's happening here is that we have the water wheels that have their supports on the sides here. So we have the ceiling curving over, and the power shaft goes alongside the water wheels. It can't go right here in between, right? So we have a path for the beavers going below the water wheel support, below this here, on either side. And then we have a power shaft over here, and so we have the wall right behind. And then we have the ceiling curving on top. So we have the ceiling going right above the power shaft, and then curving once again above the water wheel supports. And then here on top we just have the ceiling that we're able to build upon. Is basically what's going on. It's a bit hard to see, so you can see the power shaft over here, and we're going to build another one right here. Right now we kept this for access, because this and this are connected together anyway. What question I have is this connected to a path? Yes, it is. Okay, that's good. I am slightly unhappy about like all these stuff. I think I'd like to fill in this void here in the sides. The only one I do not want to fill in is this, because this is the exit tunnel for the water that comes down the mountain, right? And that's a clean water supply, but this is a dam, so that's fine. But the problem is these support water wheels, so we're going to need to rebuild water wheels. And this, I don't know what the hell this supports. And also, what the hell is this? I suppose it supports the shaft. Alright, so I think I'm going to start by filling it in this wall. And then once that's done, we can rebuild the power shaft and... Oh, I can just destroy this water wheel, you know. Yeah, let's do it. We don't need... Yeah, that's good. No. Why did I say no? Yes, you can. Yes, this water wheel comes down, that's fine. Yes, this water wheel comes down, that's fine. And yes, this water wheel comes down, that's fine. Alright. So we rebuild all that. And we want dirt in these spots. Okay. I like this. I am going to give it... Well, I suppose it does have a path through here already, so it doesn't really need more. I was about to build a path here. I suppose I could. You know what? Sure. And then this can become a path. Good. Once this is built, I'm going to want to rebuild these platforms and these platforms. Another raid! Hey! Dead Toothbrush! How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in! How did Anno go? I know 1800. One of these games I need to play one day as well. Thank you for the raid! How are you doing? How did your stream go? Tell me about it. What are you building right now? Oh my god, that emote is so cursed. This is so cursed. I love it. It was ground, just build more, add to your most. Yep, number go up, isn't it? How are you doing, friend? Classic way these games go, yeah, exactly. How am I? I'm doing great. I'm also going number go up. Although I suppose I'm going number go up in a silly project kind of way. They don't really need to be done, but I'm doing them because I wanna. Yeah, welcome in everybody. We are playing Timberborn today. A colony builder, if you don't know the game, which I would be very surprised to if any of you doesn't know Timberborn. But yeah, a colony builder with cute beavers. Look at them. We are playing with the Iron Fist tribe, which is a very mechanically oriented tribe, and also we're playing in the last update, which means we have tubeways for transport. So we're building tubeways all over the place, basically. Also, I'm trying to find a beaver that has a tail decoration. I don't see them. Where did they go? Here we go. Also, we put our logo on the tail of the beavers. Because you can do that. It's silly and I love it. And yeah. So this map, basically we have a whole habitation area here in our starting area. Little bit of an habitation tower. A big storage tower. With a little bit of industry on the side. Like agronomic industry, wood industry, all this kind of stuff. And we have a big power production area down here. We just started building robots today. And we expanded over there. So we have a water source below this. So we built a dam with the water source. And we irrigated this whole area over here by digging tunnels below the surface, basically. And we have a big power shaft that we were just working on when you arrived, which are a bunch of water wheels, and we are building a tunnel around them at the moment. The idea here is that eventually, right now I have the bad water coming here, and feeding them. Eventually the bad water is going to come here and go all the way through the mountain, and this is all gonna be lined with water wheels, basically. So lots of expansion for the water wheels, and so right now I'm designing the tunnel for this. Other projects that we are working on. Last stream we captured this water source. We made a diversion way for the bad tide that's approaching. So the bad water is diverted outside of the map through these sluice gates that open whenever the water is contaminated, and the good water is sent down there when the water is clean, right? We just built a dam today here to keep the good water and keep a good storage of it. And then basically this hydrates this whole area down there. We are currently digging irrigation tunnels down there. Actually, I need to give them path to be able to access the dig spots. So yeah, we are digging irrigation tunnels down there to rehydrate this plot of land, and probably this, and maybe even this at the end. So complicated, yeah. I do like the fact that we can do this 3D stuff, but it's a bit hard to see when it's underground, you know. Another project actually that we basically just completed underground is, you see here you have tube rays that go in the ground and power shafts that go in the ground. And these, if I go here, poof, all connect down there to the industrial area and to the big plateau up there. We haven't done anything here, but we're going to have a new industrial area where I think we are going to be processing oil and eggplants, basically, because I want to diversify the food source. You go get some food. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for waiting once again, that toothbrush. And I understand post-stream care is very important. So go do that. 100%. Thank you once again for bringing your people here. Yeah. And thank you for the lurk as well. So yeah, we're going to have a bit of an industrial area over here. Because we are making soybeans here, we are going to grow eggplants over there. Over here, we are making canola seeds. And so we are going to take the canola seeds from here, make oil over there, bring the eggplants from here, and make, how is it called? Eggplant rations with them. It does require quite a bit of oil, that's why I'm going to need that. And maybe then we'll go into hydroponics. I'm not sure when we're going to do that, but for now, we're going to have a new industrial area over there. So that's one of the last things I did is reconnect stuff up here, and that means we're going to have, let's put it in actually, a little bit of a tubeway station. I think like that. Yeah, we can do it like that. Oop. And then of course we reconnect like this. And that's going to give us very fast access to this part. Eventually, I think most of these tubeways will become underground tubeways. You can already see that this could basically be removed, right? The aerial part here of this could basically be removed already. Because we have an underground way that's available now. But yeah, so here we are just building the tunnel, we are building up the walls, building the ceiling. So we finished over this portion. Before the terrain was cutting basically here and here. So this is all artificial now, basically. And let's see. Right, so we were rebuilding dirt where we needed it over here. So we can put back some of the water wheels. Perfect. And of course we need to put back some of the power shafts that go along with them. Great. Because we wanted the walls to be solid dirt instead of being half empty, you know. The only exception is this bit here. You can see there's a hole in the wall. It's because this is the way where the water from the top of the mountain here escapes. So the clean water that comes down here gets re-injected to the wall inside the channel over there. Before it was mixing right here, so we diverted the water flow a first time and we're going to divert it a second. Nice. Alright. Next, I suppose we are going to build up the wall here. This makes absolutely no sense anymore. Perfect. I could... Actually, I could have something similar, but that actually makes sense, you know. I don't know if I make any sort of sense. At least I do in my head. Let's see. Something like that, I think. And then we can have a path here. This path has no point. Being where it is. And that way I can access this part of the wall. Yeah. I think that's a sensible approach. Alright. That's good. We do have a bad tide approaching. But I'm not too worried. I guess technically we could do agriculture up there too. That would be an option. It's just that when I have drought or bad tide, this is going to recede. So this would be better adapted maybe for tree planting, if anything. Oh, we are making progress down here. I do need to bring the path down because they can't build more than a certain distance away from a path, basically, that connects to the city center. So more than like 6 or 7 blocks away, they're going to be like, no, that's too far. But so you can see the irrigated area here is slowly creeping towards the edge. Which is very nice. What next? Hum. I have a ton of workforce available. That's good. I suppose I do need a bit more of the scrap metal, so let's increase the speed of the iron mine. I was keeping it very low because I'm trying to get rid of these. Right. So I'm intentionally not mining too much from the iron mine here, even though I could. Oops, sorry, I booked the microphone. Whooped it. How is the power doing? We are barely keeping up actually. 5700 or 5600 demand. Let's have another engine or two odd. These engines require a lot of wood. That's why we have to be careful with them. But they're a steady supply of power. And the bad tide is approaching. Well, the bad tide is not the worst one that could happen to us because the water wheels are still running during bad tide time, right? And we also are missing a water wheel at the moment. So yeah, overall that's not the worst for us. Can this be built? Ah, hell. Yes, they can. They can be reached, otherwise they would complain. That's good. And this is a full path. No need to update that. Do I keep this for construction purposes? Yes, I think I do. I think I do. This cannot be reached. Aha. Yes, that does make sense. I do see that some of this isn't... What? Isn't dug. Alright, so I suppose we dig out this thing. That might help. Okay, so we are in bad tide water, so all the clean sources of water have turned bad. Given that at the source we handle that to divert the flow whenever the water is contaminated, for us it's essentially equivalent to having a drought. Right? One thing I want to keep an eye on is this area, because I do note that the water level in this dam is going down pretty fast, which we might have to do something about sooner rather than later. But we'll see. This one seems to be fine. We'll have to keep an eye on it too, of course. Okay, so that's nice. This area seems to be mostly dug out. We are reaching the end of the excavation area, so now it's going to reconnect. That's great. Which from above means that this is all good. Amazing. And so here what's going to happen is we're going to go up. So we have a little bit of a staircase that we started building, and so we need to design the tunnels in this area. Let's see. If I frame it like that. The hard part is to see where you need to dig. Right, so here the edge is like right here. So the edge is right here, right? So here I'm 2 away from the edge. That's not bad. And so if I go across 3, should be like, and then I can go back up. I didn't dig below this, did I? No. Okay. So here I can probably do something like that. And irrigate this little... then... I suppose we can say, oh hey... this is the edge. 1, 2. This is 2 away. And I can do something like this. A little 3 in between. And this goes right next to the cliff. So basically I can go right here. That's fine. This side is pretty easy because I can see the outline. And I want to keep like 2 away basically from the edge. Most of the time. Oh. Well, that's awkward. That's what I want to avoid. Okay. I suppose this can go straight for like 2. And something like that? Yeah. And then maybe we go so. Where are you? Ooh. And that's also something I want to avoid. Because that would be a hole in the cliff. That would be very unfortunate. Actually, yeah, why did I place that? That was stupid. Okay. And so here we take a gap of 3 and basically we slide them with 3 gaps. Here's my approach. That should be good. We're almost there down there. Very good, very good. Ooh, that way. So once they dig this, we can put in the stairs. And once they've done that, well, I'd like for them to prioritize like these 2. Because that's the stairwell. Then I can stop staring at the underground once the stairwell is done, you know. Would be nice. Although I have my whole tunnel project, I don't know why today was the underground day. Apparently. I didn't decide on it, it just happened. It just happened. Oh, come on, I told you that this was a priority. You beavers. I like how this flashes. Looks like somebody's sending Morse signal. Can anybody read Morse? Maybe the beavers are asking us for rescue from me or something like that. We also have a blue signal and a yellow signal, so it's a bit more complicated than just Morse, you know. It's like either it's a 2 signals channel that uses color, or it's a more complicated language that uses 3 different kind of stuff. Well, I suppose it could be moss with like blue being long and yellow being short. But then what is the silence? Maybe just a silence between messages, I suppose. I suppose. Okay, I talked myself into it, so. Alright, so we can let them do their thing, and you can see that this is already pretty hydrated. That's not bad. So I suppose let's start growing eggplant, right? Oh. That's kind of out of range. And that's the edge of the red. Perfect. But then we can go up there if we need more eggplant. Which also means we're going to need to store these eggplants. Eggplants right here. I'm going to lean the other way actually. Like this. Perfect. A little stairwell. Yeah, look at this. This is getting hydrated fast. This is getting hydrated in a hurry. Are we making very fast progress on there? No, not even. We just like dug a little hole, but I suppose it's just the water pressure that hydrates pretty far, maybe? I don't know exactly how this calculation works. Oh, this is built, so we can continue building up the ceiling. Perfect. We're going to need to build this mess at some point. I don't know what we're going to do. Let's see, in terms of material, how are we doing? I think we're doing pretty okay on most stuff. The gears were slightly low, but I think we're kind of recovering. Planks are meh, but also we are building a lot with planks at the moment, so it might just be that we're using a lot of them. So I'm not too worried about that. Let's see down there. What are we doing? This is being exploded as we speak. Down there is being exploded as well. So here's a build little explosives that dig through the wall, basically. Kind of fun. And that replace themselves by scaffolding. Is what's going on here? Hmm. So how do I manage that? I might just go above for now and start building up the wall here. Oh. Like I can build the path right here. And then remove these little tiles of path. And so now I can build wall here. And when I remove eventually the platforms, so dirt can overhang by 3 tiles, right? So here this is a full wall that goes all the way to the bottom. So it can support this, this and this. And on this side it can support this, this and this when this is built. So what I can do eventually is just fill that afterwards after having removed these platforms. So I can just build dirt up here for now. And then that means I can start just building the wall up. And like digging that and all of that. Yeah. I might have a platform here just as the... That way even if I dig stuff and it should explode, it doesn't because it's supported. And third level, great. So I'm building I'm building up the wall on the cliff side. Oh, that's going to be a problem. We'll see what we do with this when we get close to this. But basically we're going to advance the tunnel slowly here. And once we reach all the way through to here, we'll be able to divert this river. Why is this complaining? Oh, I suppose it might be... Yeah. It might be because this is a bit far. Is it? Yes, it is. Perfect. And this is all ceiling. That's good, good, good. Have I mentioned how good the music of this game is? Really, really good. Really freaking good. Let's see here. So we can do a 4 wide channel. Go 10 blocks up. And 10 by 6 here. That's all fine. That's all supported. This should work. 8 wide here. We go back to 6 wide. And finally, we go back to 4 wide. Oh no, actually 5 wide. Why is it 5? There's no reason for it to be 5 wide, is there? Yeah, no, there's no reason. Why did I do that? Actually, let's fill this back up. It's too far from a district now. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. It's 100%. Maybe. I'm fine, we're fine, you're fine, everybody's fine. You can get built. You can get built. So you'll be able to get. I'm pretty sure. I think I reversed it. I forgot to place some blocks and then I started digging instead of filling stuff. It's very easy to get confused by what's going on here. Very, very easy. Okay. So what's going on inside my beaver city? Long time no see, beaver city. We have a ton of available robots. What we could do, actually, would be to make a few builders' huts, robotic builders' huts. Just to keep them busy, you know? Keep them on their toes. Do beaver robots have toes? That's a good question. Because, yeah, we have like 26 beaver bots available. We have 80 beaver bots total. We started with 3. We started the stream with 3 beaver bots. So we made a lot of progress today. A lot. In terms of building up the colony. We haven't made any more like natural beavers. As far as breeding them in a pod can be considered natural. But we made a lot of progress on the bots. This should be high priority. No, no district center, a building. You are bots as well. After you had enough bots to take over all the work, you changed the tanks to make babies. Ah, you went back to have like baby beavers. That's an interesting idea. Yeah. I could see that being fun too. Although so far we're not really replacing beaver workers by bots. We're just using beaver bot growth rather than... I suppose we're using beaver bots to make the beavers happier, if that makes sense. We are using them to have more diverse food and being able to supply more of the need, basically. Which I think works out, right? We are now covering the need for fermenting soybeans. We're getting ready to provide eggplant rations, which should be fun. I suppose we could give them more fun stuff, like more detailers, scratchers. We have so many scratchers already, I can't believe they don't have enough. Like, we have a whole street of scratchers. Like, look at that. This is Scratchers Central. How on earth is that not enough? But sure, I can give you more. I suppose. And I can give a few more detailers. Maybe here. Let's go. You are all going to sport the Alastor logo, of course. I think we're okay. That's all them, the ones I placed, isn't it? Yeah. I do believe so. Alright. So we're working on making them happy. A happy little beaver family. Come on, build me that. Why? Why are they not building it? What's going on? I could have more beavers employed here. Low priority, of course. Ah, here we go. It's just a matter, it might be access time, you know. The problem might be access. I might need to redesign my beaver colony to change the speed of access, which might turn into needing to do more tunnels and actually having an underground subway system, which we're gonna do eventually, I think. But right now, obviously we haven't reached that point yet. But we could start working on that. Okay, so this should mean that the bot should be working through the night. And so we should see a lot more building happening. If that makes sense. Which also means that we are going to consume a lot more stuff. But I don't see that happening. Why is it? Are we all in the tunnel? Is that what's going on? I'm just realizing I have asked them to build a tunnel, and it does tend to have a big impact on productivity. Hang on. Okay, that's fine. Just a tunnel above another. I don't mind. Was it a bad time or a bad tide or a draw? That just ended. Oh well, either way, that's fine. Ooh. These were a few kabooms. A few kabooms in a row. Yeah, this is slowly getting colonized. Eggplants. How long? 12 freaking days. Wow. And the limit is basically out here. So we don't really need... Oh, I might need to redo that tile. Because I'm going to want the path to go below this. Right. So this is going to be stairs. This is going to be too high. And then a tube ray. A platform and a shaft. The tube ray is very important. The rest, slightly less so. This I think is fairly important though. Alright. Like that. I have a bot out of energy. Where? Around here. That's not so surprised, but it does point out a good point. A goud point. I can move. I think I do need to do some bot stuff over here probably. Yeah, something like that. And then I can have power shaft from cross. Oh, actually, no. I just needed to go back down, really. And then I can have like a few chargers here. Just one or two charging stations. Okay, I said one or two, that's three. Let's go. this should help. Except for the fact that I gave a lot of more jobs to the bots, but you know. Do I prioritize this building project? Maybe, possibly. Let's go. Hey, Rooster, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy, probably Thursday at this point, isn't it? How is it going? How's my power doing? We are supplying the demand. That's good. And this is all fully charged. So that's good as well. Internal progress report. We are actually making some progress, I believe. This is too far. No, actually we're not making any form of progress. Kinda would like this to be prioritized. Maybe not priority, but like more than the irrigation. I have a building that likes power. Oh, it must be one of the chargers. No, that would make sense. Because I just built the chargers, I haven't built power lines yet. So that's okay. Ooh. And I think that's my scrappers that just finished their work. Yeah, look at that, no human city anymore. Let's go. I have cleared that area. We had 2 human cities here, one over here, one over here. We scrapped everything. We could go scrap this. Or this, but right now I'm not sure I want to. It's all a bit far. So I think I'm just going to start actually using the mine. No. Although it seems the mine is producing enough at the moment, we are going up in scrap metal. So I think we're fine. We don't really need to put in like dozens of beavers in there. The fancy wood production is keeping up. That's good. The pine resin, which is used for the fancy wood, is keeping up as well. It's full. And how about the planks? The planks might be a problem. Where are my planks? Have I used all my planks? Ooh. That would be a problem. Indeed, indeed. Alright, time to upgrade the planks industry. You're bots. You are bots. And you are bots. I have 11 unemployed beavers. That means I can make more planks. 1, 2. And I suppose I'm not putting on the 3 until I've actually built a wall. What do I do here? I think I can actually build it. Oop. No, wait. What is that? It's me doing silly stuff. Here we go. I think that's the right profile. Let me check. Yep. Alright. And so that means I can have a lumber mill on top of this. And then a path. Nice. Let's see. What next? I might actually want... Huh. That's complicated. I might actually be able to seal this. Yeah, these are not connected anymore. So they don't go anywhere. I thought this path was going somewhere, but it doesn't. It's just an access to the top part here. So I can remove this path. And I can start actually building the wall on top. Yeah, so we're building a tunnel here. Which is going to enclose the whole power production industry that we have down here. And it's going to allow us to build an industrial area on top. And so here the fun part is gonna be, we have a tubeway station down here, right? What we can do is reflect it by having a tubeway station up here and just connecting them. So we can have vertical tubes here. I think I went too high. You go 4 high. Yeah, that should be the correct. Theoretically. Possibly, maybe. Ooh. Do I go up? Yes, actually, yes. Like that. So I'm going to go one higher, actually, so that this can go up like this, and then I connect them here. Past 2 AM warning, yes, I should go sleep soon, especially if I won't be able to stream tomorrow. Reminder everyone, in case you weren't here when I announced it, what's gonna happen is we're going to have a stream tomorrow and on Friday once again. Tomorrow is probably going to be blueprints, and Friday is probably going to be Tiltify integration development, and there won't be stream this weekend. And Friday will probably be very early compared to usual, because I can't end late. This is what's going on. So yeah. So for those of you who sometimes struggle with my schedule, well, I suppose it's going to be interesting one way or the other. either even worse, or being like, oh hey, actually I can watch this stream this time. Alright, lots of digging happening here. Not unhappy about that. That worked. And that's the last floor that's reachable from below. So I like that. Okay. Oh my god, so many blocks placed. What are the planks doing? 16 planks. Ooh. The wood is good, at least. The wood's doing well. To be fair, we are placing a lot of blocks. The breeze is not doing too hot either. We might need another grease factory, which is concerning because it means we might need another oil factory. Hmm? Yeah, this can support like one grease factory and a bit. Let's put in a second grease factory anyway. We are going to increase the oil. And this is powered, so we can transmit the power through this building. Good. The grease improves the bot's productivity, so that's gonna be useful. If we didn't have enough, it would drop the productivity quite a bit of the whole factory because like half of the work, well, a third of the workforce is bots at this point. I think we should be trending towards approximately like 100 bots in the factory supported by this bot assembler. So yeah. Are the bots airborne or on the ground? No, they're robotic beavers basically. You can see these are the bots. You can see them running around sometimes. Let me slow down. So we may catch one of them. Yeah, you see one of the bots running around. Oop. Going to get recharged. Venbot felt obligated to interject. So it's just little bot beavers. I really like that idea. They're making bots in their image, basically. what are we doing over here? Oh, yeah, I wanted to put in aubergines and I forgot. Or eggplants, I mean. Let's go. Go grow me that. And do we have eggplants yet? Doesn't look like it. No, we don't. Why? Why no eggplant? It's just because it takes so freaking long to get the first eggplant. You have the feeling that my voice is getting slightly hoarse. It sounds quite different. It might be because I'm talking maybe less loud. I don't feel like my voice is fine, I think. But it might be like depending on how loud I do talk. In like when it's late, I try to not talk as loud. If that makes sense. Because yeah, the sound insulation in this building is a whole story. But yeah, it is super late anyway, whether my voice is tired or not. So I think we're not going to continue too long. Let me have a look at the channels in there real quick. Little bit of a maintenance task, but an important one that we shouldn't forget about. It's very easy to forget about these waterworks kind of stuff. Look at that. Yeah, we've almost hydrated the whole thing. That's great. That's absolutely great. Love it. Um, should probably do that just in case. Yeah, so next stream we should have eggplants starting being produced. Ooh. Yeah, I was right to put in a second grease factory because we are out of grease entirely. Let's build this real fast. These should have lower priority. Because if I need bots, I want them working in the correct plants. Yeah, so currently we're using all the grease we can use. I think with this second factory, we should be able to support the whole fleet in terms of grease. So that's good. Bot energy. These are not being used 100%, so I think we should be fine. I think the bots that are running out of energy are the ones that are going very far away down there and maybe didn't have a lot of charge to begin with. So that's absolutely fine. How are we doing in terms of wellness? I don't feel like we've augmented in terms of the scratcher, which is absolutely crazy because we put in like, oh, none of them. We're still waiting for Plank, that's why. Alright. Yeah, we have given them a lot of orders at once. But yeah, we have improved a few things um, in terms of wellness. I'm just checking something. They were wanting more campfires, and this would be a prime spot for it. So let's put in a campfire right here. Like, look at that. That fits perfect. Right next to the other one. Right. Yeah. So we have done a ton of work in terms of wellness. We have increased the workforce by 80 beavers, robot beavers. So that's quite a lot. We have expanded the tube-ray network quite significantly. We have moved towards efficient mining. We have expanded the farming in this area, which is great. We have started tunneling down here, which is also a pretty big endeavor. We have expanded the industry quite significantly. We have provided with fermented soybeans, and we are ready to move into the eggplant industry next stream. So yeah, lots of exciting developments today, and a lot of preparation for next stream that are going extremely well, I think. Oh, and also we have a brand new dam. Let's not forget about that. That's very important. Yeah, we started the stream with 3 bots. We finished the stream with 84 bots. So, you know, not bad. But that's where we are going to stop for today.